1973 was the following. In 1973, Henry Kissinger won the Nobel Peace Prize for basically having said to the North Vietnamese, "We'll withdraw our troops, you win, and we'll call it peace with honor." And that's what happened. The United States was humiliated on April 30th, 1975, as helicopters took fleeing Americans, and the helicopters were pushed into the South China Sea off aircraft carriers, and America was disgraced and had lost another one of its ridiculous wars. The same happened in Kabul, and Vladimir Putin was watching in August 2021 when Biden, who ignored the CIA and the Pentagon that both warned him, you cannot pull out of Kabul like that or it'll be a disaster. Biden ignored that, and what happened? It was a disaster. Trump had negotiated a deal with the Taliban. We'll withdraw, we'll call it a truce or peace, and that'll be that. It doesn't work like that in the real world. And if we look to Putin's invasion in 2022, and I'm going to come back to Ukraine in a moment, this was not a declaration of war against Ukraine. This was a declaration of war against Western democracy and Europe. And I remember I went to see Vladimir Putin in 2015 when I was writing a biography of Silvio Berlusconi. And I asked Silvio to call Putin and fix an appointment, and he did that very nicely. And I went and sat with Putin for an hour and a half in the Kremlin. I remember very well how at the time, Putin was saying, we will never go into Ukraine, this was 2015, by the way. But Vladimir Putin has been extremely successful, and is probably continuing, even today, to be successful at manipulating Donald Trump. And Donald Trump, as it must be stated, there's no glossing over this and saying Trump is just somebody who wants to have success for a few weeks, but the truth is that Donald Trump wants to be Putin. He likes the idea of not having to respond to a free press, or independent courts, or Congress. He likes the idea of being able to be a dictator, but he's not, yet. He's autocratic, he's authoritarian, and his intellectual level is what we would call fourth grade grammar. So we have a very ignorant and inarticulate man-child in the White House. And it's worth calling a spade a spade. You cannot expect rational, consistent, constructive American foreign policy or economic policy or trade policy from a man who was schooled in the ways of the mafia and who is an imbecile. Strong words for the US president, but accurate, I believe. When I say schooled in the ways of the mafia, let me take a moment so we understand who is Trump. We New Yorkers knew Trump in the 70s and 80s because he was a slimy, sleazy, playboy, socially ambitious Arabiste who moved from Queens to Manhattan. But at the time, he hired a lawyer who became his mentor, a man called Roy Cohn. Roy Cohn was the architect of Senator Joe McCarthy's 1950s witch house. He was a very bad person, a self-hating homosexual who died of AIDS later. Roy Cohn, when he was employed by Trump in the 70s, was also the lawyer and consigliere of the Gambino mafia family. He was the lawyer to John Gotti. He was the lawyer to Fat Tony Salerno. He was the lawyer to Paul Costello. These are the well-known mafia families of New York. And Roy Cohn taught Donald Trump that that's the way you do business. You do business by, as was stated previously, first you double down, you threaten, and you get strong. And then Roy Cohn's advice to Trump was, if somebody attacks you, attack them 10 times more. If somebody accuses you of a crime, turn it around, accuse them of the same crime. That's the mentality of Trump, that of a mafia don, which is why he likes Vladimir Putin so much, because Putin is not just a dictator, he's also the head of the Russian mafia. And therefore, it's worth having in perspective the personal elements of our leaders and not just assuming that this is a normal time. This is not a normal time for the United States or the world. And there's no glossing over it. So it was stated very eloquently and succinctly by my predecessor at the beginning of her talk that Trump has no strategic plan. And that is the way things are, whether it's economic policy or trade policy or foreign policy. Trump is not a strategist. Not many people know, but in the 1980s, Trump was giving television interviews in 1987 and 88, saying that Europe and Japan were ganging up on America and we needed to be protectionist and we needed to impose big tariffs on all these countries. That was 1988. So this is not a man who's advanced. He's a man who not only has a 1950s mentality, a mafia don mentality, but he has an idée fixe that he's had for the last 40 years about protectionism. That's who the man is. Know your enemy and you will succeed better in life. Trump is the enemy of free trade. Trump is the enemy of democracy in America. And Trump is the friend of dictators everywhere. And I say all this not to be provocative, but because the ultimate bottom line of my talk today is that geopolitics influences geoeconomics. And we cannot assume, as was assumed yesterday, that all will be well in financial markets and that there'll be stability and, well, the oil prices will go down because, you know, the markets are more reasonable. I agree that the markets are rational. Indeed, I believe that the only opposition to Donald Trump possible in this world is the Treasury bond market. It's the Treasury bond market. It's when the yield on the 30-year goes above 5%. It's when the year on the 10-year goes above 4.5%. That's the Treasury market telling you what they think of American policy. What I believe was very accurate was Sergio Ermotti's description last night of what our expectations should be. And the UBS base case for tariffs, which is a roughly average 15% effective rate, is probably where we will end up after July. Why? Because Trump said very clearly in a very little reported speech a few weeks ago, our European and international partners need to understand that they need to think of America as a kind of luxury department store. And if you want to come in and sell your goods, you have to pay. He didn't say you have to pay a pizzo, which is an Italian word used by the mafia. He called it a tariff. But what Trump is doing is saying, you want to come here and do business, you pay. The damage that will be done in Switzerland and everywhere else is calculating, can our profits and our cash flows, manage a 10 to 15% tariff that will decrease our sales and lead us to, supply chain issues and problems. And the answer is, if you're rich, yes. If you're not rich, no. So if you impose tariffs of 10 or 15% on Europe, it can be afforded, even though, as Sergio Ermotti pointed out, we're going from 2.5% average tariffs that Europe charges on American exports, 2.5% average tariffs that Europe charges on American exports, to 15% effective rate, if we are lucky. That will slow down the world economy. We will see this July or August, in macroeconomic terms, the result of Trump's tariffs. We will see more evidence of inflation. We will see more evidence of unemployment in the United States. We will see more evidence of growth slowing. US GDP growth this year was supposed to be 2.8% before Trump began to do his damage to the US economy. We'll be lucky to have 1.5% GDP growth in 2025. That's the effect of Trump on the economy. I don't need to tell the commodity traders about gold prices and oil prices and the way those vicissitudes are influenced by Trump's politics. And when I say politics, again, I don't just mean commercial policy and protectionism. In Iran, Trump has been impulsive. He may have decided to go ahead with the bombing more on the basis of how it would play on Fox News and how his base would react than on irrational consideration. We've seen the violation of the ceasefire. My guess is that there isn't much fight left in the Iranians, so that ceasefire will be violated a few times, but then settle down and we'll move on. And remember, the attention span of the world these days with so much going on is very short. We were with Iran, we're sitting here talking Iran this morning, but tonight, Donald Trump arrives in The Hague for the NATO summit. Just imagine how Starmer, Macron, and Merz are looking forward to that. Because with Donald Trump, you can say anything. Now, probably Donald Trump will be smart enough not to openly embrace Putin and trash NATO tonight. He'll probably, his speechwriters and his colleagues who have little influence on him, will probably say, no, try to be vague and not attack. But he did open the G7 summit praising Putin and saying Putin ought to be here. And with Trump, anything is possible. When my predecessor said that she thought Russia would be allowed to win, I fully agree with that. What she didn't say is the way that will happen. The way that will happen is probably that Vladimir Putin will be allowed by Trump to do what he likes. Because remember, Trump hates Zelensky. He threatened him and tried to extort him in 2019, saying you won't get any military aid unless you dig up dirt on Joe Biden. That was a mafia tactic known as extortion. And blackmail also. And Trump is quite happy for Putin to take a piece of Ukraine. The Europeans are not. And indeed, in the Financial Times this morning, Macron and Merz have written a very good article saying why Europe needs to rearm itself, because America is no longer a reliable ally. And America is not going to be a reliable ally. This will not be, we had a few noisy events in trade policy in Iran and Ukraine in the first few months of Trump's administration, and then things will quiet down. Every morning for the next 3.5 years, you're going to wake up, and if you're like me, you're going to say, oh my God, what did you do last night? We wake up in Europe here, and so we get to see Trump's late night moments of tweeting. I believe that Trump is capable of causing, whether by will or indirectly, probably about one catastrophic event a year for the next 3 years. What's the catastrophic event? Well, it could be a financial event. It could be a screw-up in policy. It could be something that causes markets to collapse. Cynics will say, yeah, but the markets come back. Counter-cynics will say, yeah, but if American PE ratios are 23 or 25, and Europe is 16 or 17 or 18, then America looks overpriced and therefore more vulnerable. Of course, bankers and wealth managers want you to feel that the word volatility should be substituted with flexibility, which is a word I heard last night also. No, it's volatility, folks. That's why structured products and reverse convertibles are the only thing people are doing these days, because of the volatility. The VIX is down to 18 or 19, so that's okay. But believe me, we're not going to, these shocks are not over. And by this July or August, I think we'll see more market turbulence as the GDP numbers and the macroeconomic numbers come through. In all of this, I believe that China is indeed, as was pointed out by K.O. and Emily, China is the more and the most sophisticated, tough player, and far more sophisticated than the U.S. White House. We're dealing with a person who's relatively uneducated in the White House and a bully, and a Chinese leader who studied Confucius. And Confucius teaches patience. In 1972, when Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger went to see Mao Zedong in Beijing, Nixon asked Mao, "What are you going to do about Taiwan?" Mao Zedong smiled and leaned back and said, "We have 50 or 100 years, no rush." And that's the way it is with China. They can wait another 5 or 10 years before taking Taiwan. They will take Taiwan eventually. America will not succeed in blocking China from taking Taiwan. There won't be a war over Taiwan. But they're too smart in Beijing to do it now. Better to let the disorder of the world continue. What is this disorder? It's a disorder in which the President of the United States has allied himself with the Russian dictator and with dictators everywhere. We have a president and a government that is anti-democratic. At home, I'm not going to list the persecutions and arrests of judges, the attacks on Harvard, the attacks on free speech, the use of the military against innocent citizens who are protesting. We'll be seeing more of this because America is also becoming a more violent country, a country that I would not advise anyone to send their children to study in anymore. It's not a good place to go. It's better to send your kids to Britain, where the universities are probably as good or better. America is not going to be a safe country, not because of the constant violence, but because 1 in 4 Americans in a recent Pew survey said they understood and accepted the need for violence in American politics. Among Trump voters, that was 41% of Trump voters who said violence is justifiable. Violence means killing or hurting people physically. And that's what we're going to see, what we've seen in assassinations recently in Minnesota and elsewhere. So I know I'm painting a very gloomy picture, but it's because I believe that that's where we're headed, and we cannot sugarcoat this. This is not going to be an easy period. Let's talk a bit more about recession, stagflation, and central banks. In all of this, we have the spectacle of an American president who doesn't miss an opportunity to attack and diminish and demean the president of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell. A more irresponsible, idiotic policy one could not invent than to have the president attacking the head of the Fed. You in the markets know what that does to market confidence. I'll return to the Treasury bond market later as the ultimate potential bulwark against Trump. In that context, Trump is telling Powell to reduce rates. The European Central Bank has come down a quarter point recently, will probably come down another quarter point in the next 6 to 9 months. The Swiss National Bank is down to 0. I wouldn't rule out the Swiss going down to minus 0.25%. Who knows, maybe they'll keep it at 0. We're living in a very, very challenging environment. But if inflation comes up in another month or 2 or 3 in America because of the tariff effect, and if GDP goes down, what does the Fed do? And that's the risk of stagflation. You can gloss over that as well and say, but Alan, probably it'll just be a shallow recession in America, and sure, growth will drop from 2.8 to 1.5% this year for America. Does that really matter in the end? And I would say what matters is the destruction of American credibility with financial markets, the destruction of America's leadership and reputation in international affairs. Let's be clear, Donald Trump is one of the most hated people in the world, together with Elon Musk, I guess. And this is not a good place for the American presidency to be. Geopolitics, therefore, can affect economics. Domestic political turmoil in America, never mind the war in Ukraine or in Iran, domestic violence in America, this summer, in my judgment, will increase. We will see more deliberate provocations by the White House with the use of the National Guard, targeting democratic cities and states, and resulting in more violence. And possibly, if Trump is lucky, because he likes that, the Army or the National Guard will kill somebody as well. Trump lives on inciting violence and dividing his country And that is the way the man is, and it's ridiculous to try to avoid that analysis and gloss over it. Another thing I disagreed with here, although it wasn't said this morning, it was said yesterday, and I have enormous respect for Sergio Armati, but I didn't agree that the way he brushed aside the issue of deglobalization. Let's define our terms. Is the world deglobalizing or not? My answer would be partially. There's a partial deglobalization underway. But what do we mean? What we mean is, sure, the statistics of 58 or 60% of the world economy being driven by international trade means that world trade and globalization continues to a large extent to exist, yes. But geopolitics affects geoeconomics and geocommerce. Therefore, we will see, in my judgment, a series of shifting alliances in trade as well. We will see an effect on global supply chains that we can't predict today. And that will be because some commerce will become politically driven, and maybe we'll have different blocks. Actually, Sergio Armati did talk about the possibility of regional blocks emerging, which is, in my view, the first thing that will happen. But globalization as we've known it is unlikely to continue if the United States continues to attack all of its allies in the world and level tariffs that damage everyone's economy. I agree the dollar is not likely to be replaced as a global currency anytime soon. I think that's right. But I think that's not the correct analysis. It's not, is the US dollar going to be replaced? It's, does Donald Trump and Scott Bessent, remember Scott Bessent? He was George Soros' assistant in 1992 when they broke the Bank of England and made £1 billion. Anybody remember that? No, too young. Anyway, Scott Bessent, who's been around the block and humiliates himself every time he goes on television to say something stupid on behalf of Trump, because he's an extremely intelligent man. Marco Rubio was praised before as somebody who's charismatic and intelligent. He humiliates himself. This is embarrassing to watch. These are intelligent people who are demeaned by Trump and who are no longer credible. The US Secretary of the Treasury is no longer credible. In the past, the US Treasury Secretary would always say, the United States believes in a strong dollar, whether it was true or not. That was the line. My judgment is not that the US dollar will be replaced as a reserve currency, but that the White House wants the US dollar to be devalued by 10 to 20% in order to reduce the trade deficit indirectly through dollar devaluation. That may be a hidden policy that Bessent and Trump have in mind. It won't do America any favors. Clearly, if the large, ugly legislation known as the Big Beautiful Bill, the budgets of the United States, is approved as Trump wants it, then America's credit rating, in my judgment, will be degraded again, another notch down within the next 12 months. America cannot have nearly $40 trillion of debt and a situation where it cannot service that debt, and where a president actively increases the cost of borrowing on Treasury debt. And if you're investing, it's not a surprise that, at least for now, the preferred places for investment are Europe, notwithstanding the fact that the European capital markets are much shallower than the US capital markets with less products, as was said yesterday. So I expect more volatility, more mistakes, a NATO meeting tonight that might succeed in glossing things over. Mark Rutte, the former Dutch Prime Minister, who's the Secretary General of NATO, has had his tongue out and approaching Trump's posterior for the last 2 days, saying very, very flattering things about Trump, clearly because Mark Rutte is hoping that they can promise Trump 5%. By the way, 5% is a joke, okay? There's no European country that's, maybe one or two that'll go to 5%, maybe Poland. But apart from that, the Italians are at 1.4%, but they just added their carabinieri, all those Aldo, Giacomo, and Giovanni types, into their costs of defense. They have provincial nationalists, I won't mention Salvini, who are suggesting that the proposed bridge over the Strait of Messina be considered defense against Russia. So, and that will take them to 2%. That's statistical chicanery, that's accounting cosmetics. But there used to be a very good perfume campaign many years ago in America, and the motto was, promise her anything, but give her arpege perfume. And the Europeans will promise Trump anything, but then they'll hope he forgets the promises or will be out of office by the time they don't get above 2% or 2.5%. Germany is the exception, France is the exception, Britain is the exception. The greatest leaders in Europe today include a non-European. Keir Starmer is the most European committed leader I've seen, and he's not in Europe. Friedrich Merz is the honest man who says what we all believe: Israel is doing the dirty work for all of us in Iran. That kind of sincerity from a leader is refreshing, at least to me. Merz will spend 500 billion euros now on infrastructure and probably a few hundred billion more on defense. That alone will take the Eurozone GDP growth rate from a probable drop based on tariffs to 0.3 or 0.4 up above 0.5, which, remember, America is used to growing at 2.5%, 3%. In Europe, if you get above 1.5%, that's an economic orgasm. So it's a different world, a different world. Expect the unexpected, expect the unpredictable, expect even the ridiculous, because my analysis is that the world is living through a Donald Trump psychodrama, and it's going to get worse before it gets better. Do not assume that just because there is a bombing of Iran and that's over, that everything goes away. We will see more nonsense over tariffs, and we're still waiting, by the way, to my Swiss friends, for the pharmaceuticals tariffs, which haven't arrived yet. And Trump can say, I'm going to lower it to 10% for everybody. That's the piece, though. But then he can keep a little bit of aluminum or a bit of automotive or a bit of pharmaceuticals on the side and make those higher tariffs. This is not a good place for Europe to be, nor a good place for the world to be. A final word. I don't know how I'm doing for time.
It's good.
I'm good. Why do I believe that the country I love, the United States of America, will not be the country I love anymore and will not return to be that country? Let me address that and spend 2 minutes on it, and then I'll close. We are living, to put some context around what's going on in this crazy world right now in politics and economics. We're living in a period of populism, right? Trump is a populist, extreme right-wing leader, just like the neo-Nazis in Germany or Le Pen in France. How does populism start, and what does it do to the world? If you examine history, you find that collective trauma, World War, financial depression, pandemics, leads to a search for strongmen. In the 1920s and 30s, the world had been through World War I, the Spaniola pandemic, 55 million people died, and the Great Depression, which was, of course, made worse by the protectionism of the US government at the time, the Smoot-Hawley law. But what that did, and what that form of trauma does, is to invite politicians who say they have simple solutions for complex problems. Everybody in this room knows there are only complex solutions to complex problems. There are no simple solutions. And if you compare the period of the 1930s to today, it's similar. It's similar because we've been through the financial crises of Lehman of 2008, of the Euro crisis 2010, 11. We've been through the COVID pandemic. and we have war actively raging on European soil, not so far away from here in Ukraine. So those collective traumas have given rise to a populism in which people are frightened, people are angry, most people don't understand or analyze politics or economics. They just go about their daily jobs and hope to have a little time with their children or a weekend. They don't think about these things. They don't come to commodities conferences and analyze geopolitics and geoeconomics. And most of those people in most countries are just, as was stated before, the government is all bad, we need to replace it, we need to fix things. And so somebody like Trump or other leaders in Europe who are populist tend to grow in power. That populism in history, whether it was the 1850s in America when we had a populist party known as, their name was the Know Nothing Party. They said, non sappiamo nulla. And that was a 10 to 15 year period where they were in power. The populism of the 20s and 30s lasted 15 to 20 years. The populism in America, you can go and date back not too recently, but to 1994 when the Tea Party became an extreme wing of the Republican Party and started taking extremist positions. But even they were mild compared to Trump. So what we've seen in this current period, let's go back to 2015 if we wish, when Trump rode down the escalator with racism. I don't believe Trump sincerely believes anything. So I don't believe that Trump feels that immigrants are his biggest problem. I don't believe Trump thinks that God saved him and he's the mouthpiece. I don't believe that Trump thinks fentanyl is a big problem. I think he's a con man, a cheap, uneducated boor, who unfortunately is the President of the United States and will cause more havoc for the world economy and for world politics as long as he is in office. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. I think we got some food for thought and for discussion. I would say you go and wear the mic while I call the other panelists. So please join the stage Mattia Giussani, Head of Power Origination at Sirius Energy SA. Great. Emily Harding, Director of Intelligence, National Security and Technology at CSIS. Nikolai Litvinenko, CEO of Tech. And of course, the moderator, James May, Head of Strategy at Duferco.
Okay, so welcome everybody to the finale. After what we've seen so far, going to be a bit of a sparkling round of conversations, and certainly I would like to thank the LCTA for the quality and calibre of the speakers, and what will hopefully make for a great round table is the diversity of their opinions. Unfortunately, Mr. Agniotti is not here to defend himself, but for those of you who know the British sitcom Dad's Army, he did remind me of Mr. Mainwaring, the banker, who would run around every now and again and say, don't panic, nothing happening, move on, it's all good, it's fine. So we have one view where he was, Hollywood casting Swiss banker. It's definitely saying that it's all good here, the markets are great. We had a super Chinese analyst, I have to say, who gave some really incredible insight into the way that China works and how its economy and policies and strategy are so intertwined together. And she left with a message of hope. The new generation would take this forward. What I don't think she addressed, which many of us here in the business community see, is that the result of those work, the result of that, has been a massive expansion of and the political system, how secure is it? And then what can we do about the US? Well, that will certainly get some we have undoubtedly liberal democratic leader and the right leader of I would say more than that. So I think we've had a diversity of opinion here today. And I guess the intent for the roundtable is to try and summarize some of those thoughts and issues, and also apply them a little bit more to the business perspective that we are working here in Lugano, in the commodity trading sector, and to understand how those geopolitics and how that geoeconomics works in our everyday business. And I'm not going to ask the keynote speakers to introduce themselves, but I am going to ask our two industry panel experts to say a few words about themselves and the company that they work with.
Very traditional trader. We've been here in Lugano for 2 years. We proud to call ourselves the true citizens of Lugano. We have been moved over time from being an energy trader as most recently we've been mostly involved in metals trade. 80% of our business is metals, and we try to focus on these commodities. We view ourselves as traditional Swiss operating very traditional Swiss landscape. Again, we focus on these commodities. We are number one trader of ferroalloys globally, which is a very specific energy sustainable steel production. We are mostly trader of cobalt, which is used as a critical component of battery supply chain. But we also try to gradually expand in other commodities.
Thank you, Nicola.
Yes, good morning everybody, and thanks to Lugano Commodity Trading Association for these 2 days of really important talks and very high-level talkings from the panelists. I'm Matteo Giustani, and I work as a senior originator in Sirius Energy. We are based in Lugano, and we are an energy trading company. And our focus is all over Europe. And my specific target and specific job is related to renewable energy. So we have some insight from yesterday, from Monty, and also this morning about sustainability, renewables. So happy to give share our ideas and our view of the business related to sustainability and renewables.
Oh, thank you. And finally, I should remember that possibly the most important member of the panel is yourself. You here, you are the members of the audience and members of the community here. And I will regularly ask you for your input, thoughts, comments. It doesn't have to be a question. Everyone here has an opinion. And if you think it's worthwhile, please share it. And then the panel will sort of analyse you and say that it's no good at all. Thank you very much. I'm going to start by sort of changing the subject just a little bit. I think we'll come to Mr. Trump, who sucks the energy from every single room. I'm sure he will do at the end of this one. But I'm going to start a little bit on Europe. And we see, I think, it's where we live. We have a very comfortable life here. But we see, as you said, Ukrainian war not 1,000 kilometers away. And I also remember when I was younger, the Yugoslavian war, and you go back to Southeastern Europe and it's still there. Seeing tanks roll across European green fields is still an horrific feeling. So that's one issue. But we then have the great power rivalry between China and the USA, and we have at the moment certainly a feeling that, you know, perhaps the US lack of friendship with its allies, will it push us more towards the Asian perspective, that regional grouping? Are we strong enough to create our own regional grouping? And actually, as a Canadian, is Canada going to join Europe? I thought, well, maybe I'll throw that one in. I'm going to start with you, Emily. How do you see, you're a visitor to Europe, you're a visitor to Ukraine, what do you see Europe's going forward? And in particular, what should European strategy be? Not just geopolitics, but also in terms of economics. What are its core strengths and where should we focus in Europe?
So I hesitate to lay out a comprehensive roadmap for European strategy. I think Europe has a lot of figuring of itself out to do. And one of the main roles the US has played in the last several decades is to be kind of a convening power for Europeans and almost a mediating power to help the Germans and the French and the Brits all get along, and then to bring everybody else to the table and fill what gaps are needed to sort of get everybody rowing in the same direction when it has worked. With the US sort of pulling back from that role, you see from across the Atlantic anyway, this kind of negotiation happening amongst European powers themselves to figure out who's going to be in charge of what, who's going to lead on what, how everybody's going to be happy and comfortable, and sort of put aside the baggages of the past, ancient and more recent past, to be sure that cooperation can endure. When it comes to Ukraine, I think this is the key pivot point. My point about being allowed to win, Russia being allowed to win in Ukraine, that was in fact exactly as you read it, that early on in that war, it was assumed that Russia was going to roll over the Ukrainians were going to fold, and as a result it became almost a self-fulfilling prophecy. Most people in government also don't like investing in a losing proposition. So there was sort of a hesitance, I think, to push into Ukraine what they needed in order to actually succeed. We have seen that reverse. Every time that Putin has said this is a red line, then we've eventually pushed past it, and there has not, in fact, been a lot of repercussions. It's about time that we woke up and realized the Ukrainians have to be able to win this war. Now, what win looks like, we can talk about, but they need to get to a point where Russia is at the very least permanently bogged down, and perhaps even where Ukraine can get back to territorial integrity, and Russia has to retreat and lick its wounds. And for that to happen, Europe's going to have to lead. So this is the primary objective for the moment. The U.S., I hope we can be marginally helpful. I know that at the lower levels of diplomacy and intelligence sharing in particular, those relationships endure. We can still play a lot of that role. You just have to kind of grit your teeth and ignore what's going on at the high level.
Fair point. So I'm going to ask you about just more sort of within Europe, and obviously you're very, very much in the energy industry, and sort of the energy transition really has been almost a European calling card. It's where it probably believes it feels it leads the world. Do you think that's true, and do you think the energy transition or European energy policy can survive the great power rivalry and the fighting over oil and all those sorts of things?
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite agree with what Motti said yesterday, that it's not only something related to the European rules, that we have a very important target in order to increase renewable mix in the energy consumption. I think that now renewable and sustainability is something that is good also in terms of economics point of view. Now the solar energy is the cheapest way to produce energy in almost all the world. No? Prices decreased a lot in the last 5-10 years, and the combination between renewable and also device like storage that could provide flexibility no? Is the good point where we have to come for the future of the energy market. And there is something that is not only related to policy or economic point of view, but also, in my important, is a good point to push to renewable, also for policy reason and geopolitical interest of Europe. Let's think about what happened first in Russia and Ukraine with the interruption of gas flow, and now what happened in Middle East, no, with tension on fossil fuel. If we build an energy scenario, an energy mix with large share of renewable, we have a stabilization of the energy in the long-term scenario with benefit in terms of volatility. So for all the industry, European industry, it's good to invest in renewable also for this reason, because they can have a stable cost of for their production. So it's possible to build an energy market with a small part of fossil fuel and big energy coming from renewables, I guess.
Yeah, no, I think just sort of one thing that occurred to me, that Europe had the shock of energy disruption and high energy prices, and its response is to have self-reliance on energy. You look at China, the shock with Hawaii and the first tariffs, and its now response is to be self-reliant in technology. And you have the US sort of manufacturing decline and Trump's reliance on tariffs to become self-reliant in manufacturing, bizarrely enough. So we have all this fear of these external shocks causing everybody to be self-reliant and sort of drawing in amongst themselves. Would you say that's true, Alan?
No.
We respond to our weaknesses.
I would say that Europe is not at all trying to address the energy problem through self-reliance, but by diversifying its acquisitions from other countries. Europe is not self-reliant in imports, and it's not going to be self-reliant anytime soon. So no, I wouldn't agree with that analysis. I think it's factually wrong. As far as the United States, I would disagree with the idea that America can become a manufacturing industrial country again.
Well, I disagree with it, but he thinks that it can.
Who?
Mr. Trump.
Whether he thinks it or it's just one of these ideas that he's had for 40 years in his head, we don't know. You never know. But the facts, obviously, I mean, it's sometimes useful when you're talking about these subjects, just put your feet on the ground, connect with planet Earth, and look at reality again. And reality is that America's 83% of GDP is service economy and 17% manufacturing, okay? The last time there was a majority of manufacturing industry in America was in the 1950s, or 60s maybe. Therefore, it is physiologically impossible, even if you impose a 100% trade embargo on everyone, to reconvert America into a manufacturing economy in less than 25 or 30 years, and it will never happen. It won't happen. It's a joke. It's a joke because it defies economic reality. And so when Trump talks about manufacturing coming back to America, let's take let's take a cynical approach. I'm Hoffmann La Roche. I'm a big Swiss pharma. What do? I announce billions of francs of new investments to relocate my plants in America. Maybe I plan to do a little bit of those. Maybe I already planned for those and I re-announced them as a new package to make Trump seem happy. But then I don't do it, really. I just try to wait it out. And because Trump is not a sophisticated analyst of information, you can promise him stuff. And world leaders are learning. If you treat him like a spoiled child and you fawn all over him, the Swiss president, Karen Sutter, who nobody seems to like in this country, but I think she's okay.
That's all right then.
She actually talked to Trump in baby talk, had a phone call with him, and he understood. She talked about chocolates and watches, and stuff he could understand. She almost talked about cuckoo clocks. So the way to deal with Trump is that. The idea of manufacturing industry coming back to America anytime soon, no. The idea of Europe, no. And the idea that America ever mediated between France and Germany, I'd have to look that up. I never heard of that.
Informally. Yeah.
Nikolai, Europe. You're a trading company that's active in energy and energy markets and metals. How do you see operating in Europe in terms of operating within the regulatory environment of Europe and business going forward? Is that a hindrance or is that a positive for you?
To be honest, it is sad to say, but Europe is getting less and less relevant for us. And that's very, again, said, being a European citizen, what we observe is that European share of our sales and total consumption of raw materials is shrinking. And that's a reflection of reality of shrinking industrial activity of Europe. And that's, I think that going back to your first question, what's happening in Europe, I think Europe is still in denial, right? And we can debate about the personality of Mr. Trump, but at least he raises an issue that worth debating. What's wrong with, is the current system sustainable? Can we continue to rely on China for 80% of goods that we consume? Is it normal? Can we survive as economy purely on services? Is it a long-term system sustainable? And if not, what needs to be done? And what we are lacking in Europe is a coherent industrial strategy that will answer the question where we shall stop in terms of outsourcing manufacturing activity, industrial activity. And yes, we made a great progress in reducing our carbon footprint in Europe. Have we achieved much on a global scale? The answer is no, because what we've done, we outsourced emission to Asia, and that's it. And then again, we love Europe. We continue to see it as a very important market for us. We would love to sell more goods to Europe. However, we have to follow our customers, and unfortunately, our customer base is shifting to Asia. And again, as much as we love China and fascinated about Chinese development, do we feel comfortable that Chinese share of our sales is 60% plus? The answer is no. And that's going back to the point that Emily made earlier, is that we indeed came through the phase where 10 years ago we saw China as an opportunity. Now we see China as a potential problem because of concentration of sales, the growing dependency on China as a consumer, right? And we would love to go back to Europe, but we do not see anything to be done, to be honest, for this.
Thank you, Nikolai. Can I ask anyone in the audience if they have questions for the panel or that focus initially on this one on Europe before we get to anything else? Anybody else? William? With Mike?
Thanks. So my question's primarily for Alan Friedman. So I'm a citizen of this country, Switzerland. I'm also Canadian. My question to you is, to what extent would you consider the F-35 acquisitions by Switzerland and Canada respectively to be in their respective national interests?
Well, I'm not familiar with the details of Switzerland's acquisition of F-35. I believe Canada is planning to cancel as many of those as possible. I would advise Switzerland to do the same, because the plane is not apparently very technologically perfected, not a great plane. Canada certainly is concentrating on buying European defense materials, and that's why, together with the German spending, if I were Canada, I would be buying from Europe right now. And I know I sound disloyal as an American, but I try to be realistic as an American who lives in Europe and is also a resident of Switzerland. And You just got to be honest. America is not reliable. In fact, France and Germany are currently discussing the withdrawal of $245 billion of gold bars out of Fort Knox in America and bringing them back to Europe, because America cannot be trusted. And if France and Germany believe that there's a potential for expropriation of their gold reserves in the United States, which I don't believe there is, but if they believe that, that gives you a sense of how deep the schism is. This will not be repaired, because even if Gavin Newsom becomes president in 2028 or somebody else, a Democrat, and says, it's time to heal our country, it's time to get back to good relations with our friends in Europe, which is what Biden said. And if everybody remembers, when Biden came in for 6 months, there was a rally and good feelings. We have a friend back in the White House. Europeans are not stupid. How can they know that doing deals with an American government will not result in some other lunatic, whether it's J.D. Vance or Trump again, or the son of Trump, sounds like the son of Frankenstein if you think about it, returning in 4 years hence. America is not coming back from this. And I'm going to say one more thing and then I'll shut up. You don't heal a nation or change its Weltanschauung in 4 years, but you can do a lot of structural damage to American democracy and American relations in 4 years that will take 1 to 2 generations to repair. That's our principal difference. My friend from Washington is an optimist. I'm a pessimist.
I guess that's the New York part talking.
Sorry?
That's the New York part talking. Can I?
That's the living in Europe and living in the world part talking.
So F-35 or not F-35, it is a pretty magnificent plane with some problems. The bigger point, however, is that wars in the future are going to be fought in a highly networked way. And that there is going to be this, whichever party has the best situational awareness, the best domain awareness, and can decide and act fastest is going to win. So maybe it's the F-35, if it's not, fine, but what it needs to be is interoperable, and what it needs to be able to do is talk to all the other pieces on the battlefield. That's what the F-35 is really designed to do, to be a flying mega computer, and to be able to take input from pretty much anywhere and then turn it into action. So this is kind of my point too about European defense, that what we really need is healthy competition, but a strong bent towards collaboration, and all of these different platforms being able to talk to each other seamlessly. Maybe that's the F-35, I kind of hope it is. If it's not, then we just need to agree on what that future is.
Any other questions from the audience with a European focus? Okay.
Does it work? Okay. So in the after the US testing, maybe the question is, some say that Italy is always 30 years ahead, or at least 20 to 30 years ahead. The rest of Europe, and also maybe to the US. And I was thinking,
You mean behind?
no, look at this. All the communism was first to prove really in Italy. Fascism was to prove in Italy first before it became popular in the rest of the world. The great economic wonder in Italy after the World War was Italy was one of the first in that, also industrially. And also in populism. So I was thinking, when you were, Alan, you were writing a book about Berlusconi, how much similarities do you see because of populism in that? Was he a little Trump in the sense of trying to be autocratic and manipulative?
No. Silvio Berlusconi, compared to Trump, is a distinguished intellectual statesman. Everything is relative. Silvio Berlusconi was simply a liberal in the European sense of the word liberal, which doesn't mean left-wing and means free market oriented, as everybody knows. He was a European liberal moderate. He was a populist. He was the first populist to exploit television and to exploit his control of television. And he was snookered by Vladimir Putin. And
convicted and tried to escape.
And convicted for crimes. So there are similarities between Berlusconi and Trump. But I actually asked Berlusconi in 2016 what he thought of Trump, and he wrinkled his nose and he said, "No, he's like Salvini. I have nothing to do with him." And he didn't like him at all because he thought of Trump as an extremist and not a moderate. I asked Trump what he thought of Berlusconi. In June 2016, we were flying on Trump Force One in Texas, and after he had pointed out to me his gold-plated bathroom toilet and gold-plated seatbelts on the plane, with pride, the way a Pakistani oligarch would show you around. After that, I asked him, "What do you think of Berlusconi?" And a lot of people compared you two. And Trump said, "I don't think so. I mean, we're both rich guys who got into politics. That's about it." That was it.
Okay, that's a good sidebar, Sandra, thank you. I'm going to pick up on Emily's last point because it's a personal interest of mine. And that's really that the F-35 is supposed to be the first interconnected plane. In business, we are increasingly using, or how we use data is increasingly how effective we are in terms of our market penetration and also our operations side. And how we use artificial intelligence is that. You see, and I'm kind of trying to link the sort of the great power competition in terms of AI and in terms of technology. Our earlier speaker also sort of did this. China is forging ahead. If you go to China recently, everyone, from when you meet in the street to the sales guys, to the managers, talk about AI. Now they may just talk about their latest car, sort of gadget, but you can tell that there is a massive movement internally in China to make AI the future and technology the future. The US has restricted the exports, but also in business, it's increasingly prevalent in how we use AI for either operational reasons or to gain a market trading edge, particularly in trading companies. Algorithmic trading, spin trading. How important do you think AI is going to be going forward? I'm going to start with you, Matthew, because I know you obviously use it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point because what we see now in the market is the increase of request of long-term contract and energy from tech companies. Tech companies are making impressive investment in new capacity. For example, in America, new capacity, and in Europe they are building the renewable capacity in order to have safe and secure energy in the long-term scenario. Because the point is that if you would like to run artificial intelligence and data center, you need a very large amount of power, and this power has to be stable. So our role, because with renewable energy comes when there is the primary source like sun or wind, but the data center and the tech company needs stable and baseload energy. So our role as a trader is to work as an aggregator and to buy energy from different sources of plants in different locations, and to provide to the end customer baseload profile. So, I see big change in interest for data center and tech company.
Do you use AI in your business?
We are trying to follow the trend to better understand how it can be applied, because again, as I started this conversation, that we are kind of old school traditional physical commodity traders. So we focus on actually, I think we believe that our competitive strength is in operational excellence. Less, because again, we are not as well capitalized as some bigger guys in the industry, so that's why we need to differentiate ourselves. We like the concept of Copilot, not in terms of the Microsoft product, but the concept that AI shall complement, to be yet another tool in analysis of the data, helping people to make the right decision. Can it substitute some of the decisions? Not yet. We don't see that's coming in our business. We don't, again, previously there was a lot of hype about blockchain, which was supposed to transform the commodity business, because again, commodity business is still reliant on documents, right? We still have to process manually a lot of documents, present them to the banks, and just follow the tracing of all these. However, it never happened. The challenge was not because the technology is bad, but in order to make it work, you need all supply chain participants to be on the same platform, and that's exactly what was difficult to do. To people to work in the same standards and so on and so forth. So with AI, again, we hope that it's yet another tool that can help us, but we don't expect it to replace any of the work we see in soon. But I do echo the point that what is important to know, and that's going back to the question on Europe, is that AI is a very power-intensive industry. It's data centers. A medium-sized data center consumes energy almost as much as a medium city, right? So, and that goes back to the point. All these European leaders are now hyping on these things, trying, yes, we will build, we will invest in AI, but how are you going to do that? If your electricity cost in Europe is 3 times, 4 times higher than in China, how you expect to compete? How you expect to lose investment in the industry if you cannot sort out the very basic problem of cheap energy and energy security and access to cheap energy? And renewables, as much as we like that, is not yet a solution, because today 80% of global energy is still fossil fuels, but likely or not, right? And yes, renewables are growing at a much faster pace, but you cannot, and again, the trend that we observe, all tech giants opt for nuclear as a base power supply for data centers, not wind, not solar. They understand the necessity of having of stable power supply.
In terms of the power supply, absolutely.
If I can
Yeah,
just,
which comes back to your point,
and
the Europe needs an industrial policy.
Yeah, I agree. Is they are investing in nuke, but because in US there is no good grid connection. In Europe it's different. We are well interconnected, and they are investing in renewable for this reason, because you could have a virtual connection between your plant, for example, located in Spain or in Italy, and the data center located in other area of the world.
This gives us the arbitrage.
I mean, you have the renewable source where you have sun or wind, and you have data center where you need data and the consumption of energy. And there are players like us that with aggregated portfolio provide based on the profile.
We saw what happened in Spain a month ago, right? Unfortunately, again, the grid is probably not yet up to scratch to absorb the growth in renewable energy. And again, we go back to the point of cost, right? You need to have a competitive industry based on low cost.
True. I agree. Industrial policy, and also the US grid is terrible. I can remember the blackout of 2003. I was 3 days without power in my brand new house with the freezer all gone. I don't think the power system has been upgraded since. Alan, who will win the AI technology war between China and the US? Or should we even call it a war?
I believe, I'm not an expert on who will win, so the real answer is I don't know, but I imagine both America and China will continue to prioritize AI as a main issue. The comment is less to me about who will win, but who will be the first to weaponize AI? Will it be a terrorist group? Our friend from Washington can answer that better than me. What are the risks of a rogue country or a dictator turning off the electricity, poisoning the water, causing a large-scale loss of life through AI? That's one issue. The other issue is how will it increase productivity in many sectors? I think a lot. And as a journalist, I think I will be obsolete in 10 years. I think most journalists will be replaced by AI. That may not make for better journalism, but it will happen. Architects, doctors, lawyers, etc., etc., etc. And we'll go into a new society where unemployment may have a structural level of 15 to 20% 10 or 20 years from now in Western economies, and we'll be facing domestic and civil unrest because of large mobs of unemployed people. If the same unemployed people who've been sacked by AI came out of the Trump MAGA crowd, good luck.
Alternatively, the positive route, we could all lie flat and take a field day week. Emily, your views on data and artificial intelligence and great power rivalry?
Yeah, absolutely. So the nightmare scenario you outlined with weaponizing it, the combination of AI, especially agentic AI, and cybersecurity is where that really does come into play. You can already see powers like Iran. It went largely unreported, which blows my mind. But after the first set of exchanges between Israel and Gaza and that whole situation, Iran attacked a water plant in Pennsylvania and took it offline for a couple hours. If that had been the IRGC planting a bomb, it would have been war immediately. But because it was a cyber weapon, nobody really noticed. And the cyber professionals in the US have been raising this flag for a long time, but the US still is very vulnerable on the cyber front when it comes to critical infrastructure. So you can easily see how agentic AI could make that way more powerful, make it way more scalable, and definitely define a cyber crisis in a way that we can't even imagine right now. I think that the way that AI is going to shape the future, though, you can really look at 3 areas. First of all is innovation and experimentation. Second is getting rid of the grunt work. And third is the decision making. So if you look at innovation and experimentation, I mentioned in my talk about the combination of AI plus bioengineering. There's all kinds of fascinating research going on right now about immunobiological compounds, both for good and for potentially ill. So the same processes that can give you wonder drugs can also, potentially biofuels, can also potentially create bioweapons. AI can experiment much, much, much faster, orders of magnitude faster than humans can. So instead of saying, would this combination work, here's 10 possibilities, it's would this combination work, here's 1,000,000 possibilities. The grunt work piece is where the structural unemployment comes in. So in a lot of professions today, you have beginner level folks who are just getting their feet wet. Then you have kind of the middle cadre who really do the work. And then you have the senior level cadre who are setting strategy. It's entirely possible that AI could replace a lot of that middle cadre. The people who are executing on the vision or doing the research to make the vision happen. Those people then are not getting trained to take the top jobs. So what happens to that sort of lost middle? What do you do with them? Maybe they can lie flat. Maybe we can all work a 4-day week instead of a 7-day week like some of us do in the States too often. But that is something that society is really going to have to grapple with. And then there's the decision aid. And I see this especially playing out on the battlefield. This is where you sit, where you stand. This is what I work on day to day. But if you look at the tactical decision making that AI can provide, this is where the question of who wins, America or China, really gets pointy and a little bit scary. The US and Europe as well have said that there will always be a human in the loop, that you're not going to make a lethal decision with just a machine. China and Russia, on the other hand, have not really stuck to that. We've seen them be more willing to take risks, less value placed on human life. There could be a moment where that human just exits the loop. Now, needs must, as the Brits say. We've seen in Israel and we've seen in Ukraine that they have shrunk and shrunk and shrunk the role for human decision making as they've had to move faster on the battlefield. When the choice is between the guy next to you dying or sticking to this value of no, we're going to be sure a human checks every single one of these targets, a lot of people are going to pick saving your buddy and deferring to the AI. That's going to be something, again, that society is going to have to really come up with a hard line on if we're going to stick to it, and we have to anticipate that China is going to abandon that concept very early. We can talk about AI for strategic decision making. I think that's the furthest out. The way that I use AI, frankly, is to test my assumptions. I'll sit there and I'll write something and then say, okay, come up with counterpoints for all of these things. Or tell me where this is wrong. Or I'm playing with this concept, make an argument for me, I'll see if I find it compelling. So you can use it kind of as a trusted, fast friend to sort of bounce things off of. Man, you gotta check it. I asked it to write my own bio once, oh my gosh. Apparently, I worked for the Canadian Intelligence Service. Yeah, I went to MIT and got a PhD in Chinese history. Definitely not. You really can't take it seriously yet.
Look, I think it's fascinating, and the sort of the posturing between China and the US in terms of technology, and I think things that sort of Emily was saying about deep sea and going to China. I think that China is on a massive technological thing, whether it be successful or not, I don't know, but it's definitely happening. And bringing to China, I think at a commodities event, if we don't have like half the time spending talking about China, we're not doing the right thing, because it still is a massive factor in the sort of the global economy. And you know, geopolitics aside, I know neither of you are particularly specialists on China, but I'm sure both of you were very interested in what Emily had to say as a very insightful analysis. But if I could perhaps start with you, you know, what's China done very well at, in your opinion, in the global thing? You sort of said it has a strategic aim. What's it done well at, and what's it done badly at?
China has done a very good job of building a logistics network for its exports to North America, South America, Africa, and elsewhere in Asia. One of the tools it has used is the dreadful Bridge and Road Initiative, where basically we all know that was a debt trap for poor countries. We'll come and build your infrastructure, you can't pay back, we'll take equity control, etc. Nonetheless, the kind of pioneering diplomacy and business that China is doing with countries like Brazil, South Africa, and others is the kind of business where you see the beginning of structural change in the world. And someone said, I can't recall who it was, Emily or somebody else said earlier, that some countries no longer want to be loyal to America and pick and choose. America's countries in the emerging middle powers, whether it's Brazil or India or South Africa or Turkey or Saudi Arabia or you know, take your pick, they don't want to have a monogamous relationship with Washington anymore. They want an a la carte menu of money and politics on offer from Moscow, Beijing, or Washington, or others. So that's why when I speak of a new world disorder, I don't think we're going into a world that's just a bipolar struggle between US and China. I mean, it's a statistical fact that China will, in the next 10 or 15 years, overtake America in GDP terms to be the world's largest economy. That doesn't really matter so much. It's a statistical issue. Probably in 20 or 25 years, China will obtain a level of military power equal to that of the United States by the 2040s or 2050s. If that happens, then that becomes a more interesting world. I'm convinced that we will not see a bipolar world, and neither a multipolar world, which implies clear power structures in different places in the world, but what I would call the shifting geometry of geopolitics, where opportunist middle-sized powers make deals among themselves and with the greater powers as it befits their interests. That's a confusing world. That's why I talk about partial deglobalization and blocks. Yeah, let's leave it there.
Okay. What China undoubtedly dominates the supply chain for renewable energy. I think I'll be correct on that, no expert. How did it execute that? And can anybody catch up, or is it even worth catching up? Should we be worried that we can't catch up?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question because now all the renewable industry, especially for solar and battery, all the components are coming with, from China because price is cheaper and cheaper compared to European manufacturing or US manufacturing. So this is for sure an issue for. And for the moment, we don't see any disruption in the trade with China. They were continuing providing to the West a large amount of products, and we don't see any change in the near term. But for sure, it's something that European countries has to think about if we would like to continue to develop new capacity from renewable. We have also to build an industry to be independent also on that side. It's different on the wind because the main wind production is from European and American company. So on wind side we are less affected about China. And what we see in the last 5-10 years is the impressive technological improvement by Chinese companies. So if 10 years ago was low cost but low technological level, now we see very impressive progress in the efficiency and in the affordability of this component. And we see the same on the automotive. It's a different business of what we cover, but look at what they've done in the last few years on the automotive business. Now they produce cars that are better than European one that have, I don't know, hundreds of years of experience in the car industry. So.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. They have dominated supply chains in certain industries, and just simply the scale and the way they do it is very difficult to sort of compete against, which sort of occasionally brings me back to a thinking, is Trump going to try and pull out a Mar-a-Lago accord kind of on a Plaza Accord basis and try and do a big deal, but I don't think so. We'll get to Trump later. Last question on China. You supply into China, obviously heavily with ferrochrome, but also other metals, and China is a big supplier out. And obviously the critical minerals for magnets, and this is hugely on the agenda of both Europe in terms of whether we go out, and obviously the Trump administration, do we go out and support higher cost mining, but at least have security of supply? Do you think there is a risk that China will pull supply, or its processing in terms of lithium and other critical minerals is so large that Europe or the US can never compete?
Well, I think that's exactly the question. When every time you read in the news that people are talking about access to critical raw material, the problem is not to get access to raw material. Believe me, everyone would love to sell raw material to the US or Europe. The problem is what you're going to do with that. Because the challenge we are facing is that China dominates not only investment in mining, but they actually completely dominate the need to midstream. Refining all these raw materials into usable products, lithium, cobalt, nickel sulfate, a lot of these midstream products that are later on end up in the end good, they are being processed in China. So that's why if you really want to decouple from China, you need to think not only about accessing the raw material, investing in mining, but also the infrastructure of processing this raw material. And surprise, surprise, this is very energy intensive, chemical intensive, very polluting industry. And that's the strategic question to the US and Europe. Again, how you treat it? Again, going back to the question of Trump wanting to bring manufacturing back. Economically wise, it's stupid, right? It's not efficient, it's costly. The question is, can you rely on 80% of everything being supplied out of China? And that's a strategic dilemma that both Europe and US are facing. Similarly, what Europe faced when they were too reliant on Russian gas for many years, which was excellent business between Europe and access to very cheap energy source until Russia went rogue with Ukraine, and all of a sudden it became a problem. And that's exactly the question from a purely economic perspective. Bringing manufacturing of these or refining of minerals to Europe and US is more efficient. You will never compete on cost with China. But is it worth doing for strategic purposes? Well, that's exactly what we probably will find out, because the fact is today 80% or 70% of a lot of midstream processing is in China. And if anything, we see shrinking more and more of refining in Europe. Look at copper, for example. So China now completely dominates copper as well.
Can I just jump in?
Very quickly,
Very quickly. I don't see Americans in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Illinois working to sew little Chinese slippers for 13 cents an hour.
No, but do you see them running chemical plants and lithium processing plants? Because that's what matters.
No,
doesn't
no,
matter.
I think America is vulnerable, and I think we need to say it's vulnerable. America will not achieve autonomy or autarky or independence of precious rare earths. China will continue to have the upper hand on that.
You could do if you're willing to pay for it. That's the issue. It's all about cost. But anyway.
But do you feel it's sustainable
Emily.
or not?
Yes, sir.
What's your view on how to manage China in terms of its control of supply chains, in terms of its development of technology? Is it a threat, or can we stop thinking of things in terms of a threat, but in terms of an opportunity?
I would love that. So the way to manage the bigger relationship with China is really one of tension, deterrence, but let's all get rich together. If we can get to a place where China is not going to aggressively pursue territorial ambitions and where it's going to somewhat play fair on the international stage, I think we can manage a very tense relationship over the course of a decade or more. There's some structural things we need to do. We have to have better lines of communication. They really don't understand the way the U.S. works politically. I don't think we understand them anywhere near well enough. We've got to work on that too. But there are ways to manage that relationship. How that translates into the economic piece, I think what China has done well is figure out how to use economic levers to get to its political goals. But they kind of screwed it up in the end game. A couple times they pushed too hard. Countries have woken up to that trap diplomacy from the Belt and Road Initiative. You've seen places like Australia swing back the other direction and say, wait a minute, this is too far. And then there's been sort of a correction. You're right though, it's extraordinarily expensive to untie those knots. And this is kind of what I was talking about with communicating to the American people, that we need to say we're going to have to take some sacrifice on board here if we're going to have some independence.
Not going to happen.
But things, let me finish my point.
Yeah.
Things are going to get more expensive, and if what you want is economic security, political security, national security, then we're going to have to pay a little bit more for it. And I think that is an important point for the U.S. There are certain key industries where we cannot be dependent on China. For example, too much of what we need to create a strong military comes through China. Too much steel comes through China. Too much of our medicine.
Okay, I can say this absolutely. Bugger all steel goes to China, goes to the US from China, and hasn't for 10 years as a steel trader.
Okay.
There are myths in this, and there's sometimes not, but I agree with the critical minerals and things like that. I have been a terrible moderator because I haven't asked questions to the audience for ages, and I see a lady there.
I'm active in the energy markets, in the renewable energy market, so I might sound a bit naive, as I am all for energy transition and fighting climate change and all. But it's not really a question; it's more like a provocative observation. That I hear a lot about fight, power struggles, and countries against each other. And once a partner of ours, a commercial partner, told me, "If you prosper, I prosper." And I was wondering when this concept got lost in the global economy, and now it's just about, if you lose, I prosper. While I don't see it really like that, as we see now, energy independence is very important. But to be independent, then you rely on somebody providing you tools to be very independent. And also, Europe's struggling with gas supplies from Russia, with the war in Ukraine, and then the gas supplies come from the US, and now the US is putting the commercial war in place. So it's kind of demotivating Europe in being a good partner of the US because of the commercial war, and Europe is a good client for even the US energy. So it's a bit of a circle, and I was wondering what is your opinion about this? So when did we end up into if you struggle I prosper rather than if you prosper I do the same?
Okay, I think we have a new moderator for next year. When is the world not a zero-sum game? Okay, Emily, you start. When did it change from being?
So this really is a where you sit is where you stand kind of model, and I agree. I mean, we should all be prospering together. That requires trust, and it requires people to not be opportunists, but to actually trust that those relationships will endure. And I think this gets back to the populism point. I raised it, Alan raised it. When people are discomfited with what's going on in their daily lives, they want someone to blame. And it's just so easy to blame the others. So that's where I think the US and the China relationship got very tense, was that so much went to China, and people said, well, it's China's fault. They took, whatever. The way that you get back to that, I think, is by building those trust relationships back and doing it through rule of law, doing it through integrated economic markets. It's a very challenging time to try and build those markets. This is where I'll put on my optimist hat again, though, and say that the incentive structures for international businesses are strong and enduring, and I do see that as a path for focus.
I think you made that point in the presentation, and I jotted it down, and I can't remember what it was, but business interconnectedness can overcome political chaos, or something like that. We have. Do you see a change in the level of trust in business that you've done with partners, let's say, in different regions over the last few years? Has the political environment changed the business environment?
Well, it changes in terms of the market dislocations, price volatility, fragmented supply chain. We do not see change in attitudes, so we easily talk to US customers and Chinese customers. They all try to solve their local issues. In that regard, we can see that. Going back to the question that was raised earlier, I think the only answer to that is diversification. It is not a good structural economy. It has never been when you are so reliant on one power, right? It's basically monopolistic behavior. And when it changed when China became too big, too powerful in terms of their share of global economy. And this is exactly what started. And now the answer to that is being diversified. Europe needs to source gas not only from the US or Russia, but from 15 different sources. And on top of that, they need to explore their own sources of energy to be less reliant on import in general. And that's only through that you can build confidence in the economy by being diversified, not overly dependent on each other. Yes, you can have partnership relationship, business relationship, but being dependent, that's bad. And it's always bad from a business perspective, because at one point you will be taken advantage of.
Alan, anything to ask? When did the world change from a zero-sum game? Sorry, to a zero-sum game. From is there one moment in history that you can say this was the end of, in your view, this was the end of sort of liberal world order, post-Bretton Woods world order, and this is where it turned to a zero-sum game where we're all competitors now?
I devote 6 chapters to that in your book. So I'll send you a copy of my book, which goes back over the last few decades to explain, going back to John F. Kennedy and his dilettante incompetence in dragging America into Vietnam in 1963, just before he was shot. It took us from 0 to 16,000 troops in 11 months. No, I think my criticism is bipartisan in America. I think Democrats and Republicans have often conducted an incompetent American foreign policy and made grave mistakes. And I think Winston Churchill was right when he said Americans ultimately do the right thing after exhausting every other solution. And I have, to answer the lovely energy climate change devoted person. We all want peace. We all want to combat climate change, but it's a nasty and brutish world. China will, in my judgment, hold the upper hand later in this century. This will be the Chinese century. America will not be able to come out on top. It will be a messier, more chaotic, nastier world. Your dreams will go up in smoke. China will be
I feel like Boys 101. Do we have any other questions from the audience? Oh, okay, we're all welcome to go there, yeah. Please. Well, I can see you as well, second. Thank you very much. Let's a couple of seconds to sort of kick in. Thank you very much. Try again. Yeah. Try again. Is it working?
Yes.
Thank you very much to all the distinguished panelists. My question regards the mutualistic relationship between intelligence and commodity trading or shipping. Historically, corporations that engage in global business have been focused on gathering information in order to adapt their global business strategies and to be positioned well in order to profit from trend or to do business in tough business countries. Nowadays, with all the increasing uncertainty, what will be this relationship? Will be enhanced? Will become ever more pivotal function in traders and ship owners, and it will develop on this? Thank you very much.
Okay, I should answer this because that's my job, and I don't. The answer is I don't know the answer. Would anyone like to, Nikolai?
Look, intelligence is still important. However, we live in a world where one tweet from one person can throw it away completely overnight, right? So again, we still would prefer what we call good volatility, which is driven by supply and demand factor, which you can analyze, predict, or at least be prepared to adjust. It is a little bit in a world where, again, we are subject to we have to supply chain which can sustain these overnight volatilities. And again, we may be slightly lucky that we are not overly engaged in commodity in exchange rate commodities, so we are not with kind of looking at the screen all the time. But I can understand that there is a lot of volatility right now because the commodity markets also attract speculative capital. So we do see more and more interest from financial investors to participate. And again, they don't care about physical world pure in the screen fluctuation. For them, it doesn't matter whether they trade copper or Bitcoin. It's kind of the same. We look at the technical analysis. But for us, as again, we still prioritize managing physical flows. For us, intelligence remains very important.
So I started off my career at CIA. I was there for 12 years. So of course I believe in the value of intelligence. We are in a world today where you can get overwhelmed with data, you can get overwhelmed with information. You can find data points to support basically anything that you want to say. But deriving the right insight from those data points is the real magic. And that involves intelligence, it involves tradecraft, it involves some perspective and some time on target. You can combine those things, put them together into a picture. But the real role for intelligence is not telling you this is what's about to happen. It's saying, here's where the right boundary of what can happen, here's where the left boundary of what can happen, here's the most likely. But the trend lines are going to push you either direction are the really important things to watch. So minimize the risk, set yourself up for strategic success. And I have interacted a lot lately with the independent intelligence arms or intelligence arms attached to businesses. They're very impressive. I'm in fact trying to, within my think tank, set up sort of a conglomerate of a whole bunch of those different practitioners to compare best practices on tradecraft and on trying to make sense of this insane world. If you're interested, come see me. But I do think that this is one of those places where you're seeing the advent of open source intelligence provide information and intelligence to a whole range of actors, including government. And it's an exciting time.
Yeah, I mean, if I could add, not related to intelligence, but to technological issue and analysis of data, in our company, half of the people is working on data scientists and to build a model that are reacting very quick to the news and to the data that change from the weather, from the consumption. So for a lot of data providing, we are our job is to work better with data. In reality, in the last couple of months, it's more important maybe to be fast on truth on X, looking what Trump tweet instead of physical analysis of the market. But we believe in the importance of the tech and the data quality of our job.
Yeah, and if I can add, the other thing I think is crucial for doing business and intelligence is, yes, data absolutely, analysis, yes, and there are ways to enhance that and ways to get better. But you are still dealing with people most of the time as a trader, certainly as a physical trader. And having that experience and knowledge and relationships is absolutely crucial to long-term success in business, and having that level of trust, which I think we've destroyed through the political system. But in business, that still exists. You have done business with someone for 30 years, you know how they think, you know how it will work. Those boundaries of what you were saying become very narrow, so you know what can be done. And that is an irreplaceable skill and fundamental, and that comes not just from doing business, but being social, going out, understanding, and working and having that. And I think that's a crucial, human intelligence is probably in the sort of the bureaucratic world is called, but I would just call it business intelligence and relationships and management. And you look at all of the most successful people that are in this room, and they all have great relationships with a lot of people. And that's still, to me, a crucial factor in success. And don't get me wrong, I'm a big believer in data to get you a trading edge, to get you, but don't underestimate the human relationship. Do we have, yes, sorry.
I had a question. We speak about the 4-year mandate of the President Trump, but we know that midterms election are actually the explosion of what's going on in the next 2 years. So I know there is the New Yorker and the Hill perspective, which are different. But my question is, here in 6 months we had a couple of issues. Just for information purposes, currently there is an attack going on in Iraq, for example, not using F-35, not very intelligent system, just merely drones at this moment in time. That's what the system are reporting. So what's going on this midterms? What will happen to the midterms? And just one thing, I just came back of 7 months in Kosovo, fantastic place, good food. The longest NATO operation, and we are not using intelligence on this. We're using drones, we're using a lot of nice drones, but then there is a lot of human intelligence gathering there, and it's still very tense at this moment in time. So the two questions are midterms, and then what about the Balkans?
Okay. So it's a toss-up. Okay, you got your
I'll
hand
do
up first.
midterms if you do the Balkans.
I'm
I
not
want
doing
to
Balkans, but I
Nobody wants to do the Balkans.
Midterms and midterms, I'll do the Balkans.
All right.
Okay. So it seems, politics is unpredictable, but it seems, to me at least, reasonably clear that the Democrats will win the House of Representatives in November 2026. Whether that's a big victory that takes them to a 20 or 30 seat majorities, or a small victory that takes them to the equivalent of what we have now, where the Republicans have only 5 seats more than the Democrats, and it just gets flipped that way, to be seen. That means that there will be numerous impeachment efforts and hearings between 2026 and 2028. But structurally, the Senate is protected because there's only 30 for the Republicans. So I would be surprised if the Democrats won the Senate. Anything can happen, but I would be surprised because there are only 33 of 100 senators who run in 2026. only 3 or 4 of those 33 seats are actually in play. So I think the chances are we have a House victory, lots of impeachment that start in the House and never arrive in the Senate, and Trump, who continues to violate all democratic norms and practices with a lick-spittle patsy Supreme Court that does his bidding. The Supreme Court yesterday ruled that American workers who happen to be immigrants whose visas expired, that it's okay to send them to war-torn Sudan. That was the ruling yesterday from the Supreme Court. Never mind El Salvador and Guantanamo, let's send them into Sudan. The Supreme Court said yes. So I predict that we will have a Democratic victory in the House, a Republican Senate, and Trump will continue to do damage. And as commodity traders, I would offer you I can't offer you advice, I can just offer you an impression. Remember that the Trump philosophy, domestically and internationally, is to flood the zone. The phrase was created by Steve Bannon. I won't say the word that rhymes with hit, when he said, let's flood the zone with so much that they won't know what happened. But the strategy of flooding the zone makes your life even more difficult, because first of all, you're not going to get to have a good night's sleep until at least January 2029. So I hope you have, a lot of coffee or whatever you need. Secondly, you're going to have to spend your lives, as you're doing now, deciding of all the many pieces of information that come in from crazy land in Washington, is this just crazy? Is this small? Is this big? Is this going to affect the price of steel or gold or oil or gas? And that's going to be every day. And maybe you're used to that. I don't envy you, and I salute you. Congratulations.
We are used to that. Very quickly.
I'm going to agree about the political picture. I think that 2026 gets really interesting, not only if there is a shift in the House, but because frankly, everybody's already going to be focused on the next presidential election. And at that point, Trump will be either trying to smash his internal rivals because nobody questions the emperor, or he'll be trying to anoint one. And that dynamic is going to be fascinating to watch. He will be a truly lame duck president. On the Balkans, I have been to Kosovo, it was lovely. I had a recent trip to Albania, it was amazing, but I know just about as much about the Balkans as I know about steel, so I will not speculate.
Okay, and we're coming to we're just coming out of time, but Mattia, do you have anything to add? And I'm not asking you to predict the US elections, but anything that you would like to add from your experience over the last day and a bit, last 24 hours of the commodity event, and what you've seen and what you've learned?
No, I mean, just coming back to the question before diversification, no? I may think that what happened in the last 2 days in Iran and with the bombing of yesterday night, and the fact that there was no shock and no rise in the oil and gas price, it means that the market already recognizes a good diversification of the supply. No? Maybe if I can come to the end with a positive outcome, the lesson that we had, especially in Europe with the crisis in Ukraine, no, give us some advice for the future, and now we are less strict with only one big supply for our energy. So maybe this could be my last point for
I know. Thank you. Last words?
I think that's, you need to focus on what you can control, right? So yes, you need to be mindful of volatility, you need to follow the news, but focus on what you can control, focus on operational excellence, and ultimately this will deliver results in business.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. I would like to thank all the panelists for their opinions, even on areas where they have no idea what they're talking about, but there's always a specialist of panels to be able to do that. I would like to thank you, the audience, for participating, and I apologize for not asking you to ask me more questions, but I got too carried away with listening to these exceptionally erudite and interesting people. I would like to thank the LCTA for hosting us. I believe there is a lunch? I was promising on the. Okay. And is there alcohol as well? Oh, yeah, okay. So definitely. Okay. Thank you very much.
Era lì. Forse qualcuno l'ha usato via dopo.
Prepariamoci perché tra un... Vai, vai.
Ho visto che...
No, l'ho lasciato lì.
Ah, ok.
L'ho fatto quando ci sono intervenuto.
Ah, ok. Fa niente, tanto sappiamo chi.
Stavo vedendo la mia agenda, prepariamoci perché tra un anno ci sarà la riunione dell'Ocse di Cassis, quindi sarà l'ultima riunione che lui fa prima di diventare presidente. Noi ci eravamo sentiti quando c'è stata la conferenza dell'Ucraina ed è un'altra bella agenda che arriva sul suo tavolo.
Diciamo che non si annoia.
Ma lei è la persona delle cose difficili, incredibile. Complimenti anche per questo oggi.
No, mi è piaciuto molto, peccato dover tagliare, dover accorciare,
no, sono personaggi.
Poteva andare avanti.
Ragazzi, sono personaggi di spessore.
Sì, assolutamente.
Complimenti.
Grazie.
Vengono sempre fatte conferenze un po' così. Adesso Friedman lo vado a prendere perché adesso faremo, io mi occupo anche di comunicazione per il PLR,
ok.
Sono uno del giro e quindi magari vediamo di prenderlo per questo autunno perché è un bel personaggio.
Bene, un piacere.
Grazie ancora signora.
Grazie, di nuovo, piacere. Allora, ce l'aveva una persona. Sì, non so dove l'ha portato. L'ha portato a casa? Ci sono tutti? No, manca un pezzo di cellulare. Ah, l'ho visto. Ok.
Devo mantenere questa linea. Grazie ancora.
Ecco, tu esatto. No, perché lei ha un sacco di... Noi abbiamo una riunione di tutti i dirigenti, abbiamo la 80...
Noi la data l'abbiamo fissata con te oggi.
Davvero?
Sì.
No, ma lei c'era per episodio...
Lo so che ce l'avete preso,
Sì, quando però dopo...
Grazie, ciao. Non so se dai, veramente. Sbaglio, sì. Benvenuta, grazie. Penso che ora nel 2012 mi ha detto qualcosa quando abbiamo fatto il giro del che doveva provare. Però non so se ancora se dobbiamo rinnovarlo, la membership. No, allora nel 2012 ok, adesso l'avete rinnovata ad cioè vi siete iscritti a novembre, sì, non vi abbiamo fatto pagare il secondo mese, è arrivato il secondo adesso, perfetto, quindi per il momento tutto regolare. È tutto regolare, siete affiliati. Perfetto. Assolutamente. È stato molto interessante. Mi fa piacere far vedere siamo molto contenti di fare. Devi trovare sono un po' in ritardo. Grazie ancora. A te. Salve, piacere.
Grande buona.
Grazie a voi.
Che organizzatrice. Bravi.
No, ma fa bel livello. È stato bello, cioè, è stato un peccato dover tagliare.
Ma guarda,
bellissimo, andare avanti.
No, ma l'interessante, lui ha fatto una radio.
Ma tutti, con i loro punti di vista.
Vabbè, noi infatti se gioca a troppo alto livello, noi lavoriamo veramente che deve stare un po' più di livello, un po' più basso,
però la sua visione
ci vuole entrambi, no?
Sì, non ci vuole entrambi. Lo scopo della palla di scacco con gli operatori è di portare un attimino a terra.
I due americani
Grazie ancora.
Grazie a voi.
Vado un'impressione. Ma noi cosa facciamo? Quelle cose fighe nel film, facciamo? Basta, o le prendiamo?
Riccardo è ovunque forse.
Adesso per tutti?
Siamo anche con il tuo ragazzo.
Ci siamo scambiati le mail. No, dai. Io sono convinta che siete andati un po'. Ormai mancavano un portero là, eccetera. Spero che anche per voi. Sì, esatto. Sabato sera anche per voi abbiate conosciuto, se vuoi, un po' il ruolo dell'associazione qui in Articolo Ticino, che non è sempre
detto che quella è
grande Lugano.
Sì,
Grande Lugano.
l'antica
358, 360, ma forse adesso qualcuno in più? Più o meno,
un po' di capo, siamo preso le prime delle 3, ma non si quale 2. Sì, lui è venuto tante cose.
Dopo un brava
persona. A quanto pare sono molto amici loro, quindi attendo a quello che ti dico.
No.
Che magari io sono un po' di bias.
Forse sì, però conoscendole, no, è proprio una brava persona.
Grazie ancora.
Grazie. Avete scelto bene. Come giustettare, però siamo stati bravi. Cioè, nell'insieme, vedi singolarmente un po' discutibile alcune. Ieri Sergio ha fatto. Cioè, no, però. O sta decidendo di uscire la cocaina, allora diventa un po'. Era proprio spazio. Cioè, nel bicchiere se la sono cavata tutti abbastanza bene. Poi non sono opinioni discutibili, l'altro bisogna vedere. Non è tutto di questo, però bravi, perché li ha scelti?
Grazie. Uno l'ho proposto il vicepresidente, uno il presidente, l'altro io. Quindi
Il moderatore? Il moderatore è stato bravo, eh?
Allora, il moderatore per l'Italia l'avevamo scelto inizialmente come panelist. Poi non voglio prendere il merito, ma ho detto a Matteo, ascolta, ma Jim, non mi hai detto che è giornalista. Abbiamo bisogno di un moderatore perché non riusciamo a trovarne uno. Non vogliamo provare a
Scelta
chiedere.
del moderatore è fondamentale.
Non vogliamo provare a chiedere. Non c'è l'Italia, non le chiede. Era più difficile di fare un moderatore che non il panel. La faccio. No,
A tirare le fila un po' della storia che con 3 view così era proprio importante che qualcuno mettesse tra le riunioni un po' della storia. Se no, paracadutati da Marte dici.
No, perché
Posso salutare?
grazie mille, è stato un piacere.
È stato un piacere. Ci eravamo già visti da UBS.
A UBS?
Questi giorni le scrivo.
Ok.
Le lascio magari con le email. Non so, lei conosce il vicino
No?
molto male.
È un rivista?
È un mensile.
Ah, bene,
È
ok.
un mensile di economia e finanza.
Bene, le mando un due contatto.
Sì. L'unica stagione mi piacerebbe vederla.
Con piacere.
Va bene. È stato un piacere.
Ciao, Mona.
Grazie, grazie a tu, è stato veramente un piacere. Grazie.
Non voglio interrompere la conversazione. Ho un appuntamento con come dici. Comunque comincia a prepararsi perché dicembre 2026 sembra domani mattina, cioè un anno e mezzo. Le ho ricordato un appuntamento sull'agenda, ero così felice, finalmente la conferenza è finita, ma c'è poco da ridere, guarda che ne penso sia del tutto inutile pensare.
No, adesso no. Già? Ora dell'anno prossimo ci aspettiamo.
Già fra 3 mesi, già dopo l'estate dico.
Ma sai quando devi poi a salire un po' di livello, tra virgolette,
Ti devi muovere
rispetto, ti devi muovere, devi cercare di diventare lì.
Trovare un modo di far quadrare l'agenda di 6 persone
E non è... anche perché...
quella di posto.
Anche perché appunto ci abbiamo messo già solo con la prima non andava, dovevamo comunque avere, perché meno male, diciamoci la verità, quindi a parte nell'ambito giustamente bancario, che non è che sia comparso ad eventi certe dimensioni, per cui volevamo veramente averlo, tutto è votato attorno a lui, no? E poi dopo da lì fuori che gli altri relatori, e poi tutti dicono perché è in vacanza, quell'altro dice no perché è in feria, e poi ti passano
Ci sono diverse pubblicazioni di questa
però siamo riusciti a fare quadrare tutto.
sono tutti quelli che lo vedono.
Non tutti, no, un po' di più, abbiamo fatto un biglietto combinato ieri e oggi, è stato un nostro errore dall'inizio, io volevo fare 2 giornate separate, così uno si decideva a quale giornata scrivere. No, per un problema di sistema, quindi noi abbiamo chiesto, è possibile che sei solo oggi, domani, e alcuni poi improvvisavano. Quando diventi professore non puoi chiedere, scrivere, oggi era previsto meno gente comunque, e tanto sono venuti a fare della figura sì, poi ti va via tutta la mattinata, però
Ieri, meno male, hai fatto le sfrecciate che dovevi fare durante la giornata.
esatto.
È uscito quella mezz'ora prima, è buona. Oggi più o meno, ogni pendenza dove ti muovi, hai ipotecato la mattinata, tutta la giornata.
No, caro, perché tu non devi fare solo la serata, un tasso di vediamo un po',
dai, siete stati comunque bravi. Perché non ero venuto l'ultima volta, erano splendidi.
Erano splendidi. L'ultima volta era la Rontese, però non era...
Era giovedì, un disastro di giovedì. Pioveva, c'è stato un incidente a Manno, c'è stato un incidente in autostrada, poi c'era un problema al centro. Dovevo arrivare a Manno per una troiata, una di quelle cose improbabili, ci ho messo 4 ore ad arrivare a Manno e 2 ore a tornare.
Niente, dai, tu hai mandato?
No. Indipendente da voi.
Radicchio e scamoso. Radicchio e scamoso, ce la fa?
Sì, non vorrei mettere una cosa sopra un'altra. Anche l'occhio sua. Noi dobbiamo sempre essere...
Piacere, ciao, era proprio bello. Abbiamo una foto di caffè. Io ti volevo anche chiedere, siamo interessati la conferenza in realtà. Se volete prendere adesso portarlo, ormai stanno passando, stanno mangiando, stanno mangiando. Non venendo dopo. Va bene, no, no, siete voi che lo facciate, non viene nessuno. Non fate nulla. Perché poi abbiamo fatto un po' di ritardo. Per imparare su quello. Sì, no, infatti vedo che tu sei andato, ovviamente no. Bello, bello. Grazie. A molto.
È bello impegnato.
Difficile adesso preparare. Allora,
post evento.
allora noi aspettiamo la sessione di foto che era già Dobbiamo aspettare.
Sì. Non andare a fare solo una o due solo per un posto.
Ok, se no, amico mio, pane di oggi posso vedere magari con magari anche una quella che abbiamo combinato qualità e però
Gentilissima, davvero, altrettanto, grazie per il tutto.
Sta bruciato, C'è una movimentazione enorme di tutto speciale, mamma mia. Siete voi gli unici che me lo conservano, perché signoria, però. Ciao ragazzi. Dobbiamo sistemare per in realtà poi
Mio. Ma ci mancherebbe.
Quando siamo trovati per il mio cosa è successo?
Siamo cresciute, c'era anche a livello umano, vogliamo portare
È stato veramente bello. Allora, le due relatrici, ma no,
diciamo che Alan aveva questo
ma va bene, io vi conto tutti relatrici.
poi ci ha fatto
prima la seconda, sorprendentemente, io aspettavo una cosa più corretta, che fanno fare Friedman con il suo stile
Vedendo questa che ha lavorato anche per alcune commissioni parlamentari, della politica americana, cioè quelle stilizzate che si danno così apertamente, uno come Trump,
così, appunto, fa casino, decide, viene.
poi penso che quasi quasi ci
ieri siamo in cielo, però detto che è andata benissimo. Grazie. Devo solo infilare la conoscenza.
Sì, invece del video.
E mi hanno detto che è andata
Allora,
ma non nel senso che sta
l'ho visto un po' più brillante in altri contesti di
ho visto che oggi hai ripreso
sì, ieri sera c'era
Grazie di
grazie di nuovo,
ci riaggiorniamo sempre dalla Maggiore.
Buona continuazione.
A Giuseppe è in giro, l'abbiamo beccato.
E oggi invece ci sarà Roberto Giugno.
Ah sì, l'ho visto.
Allora, io oggi devo fare c'era la foto di Roberto e oggi la foto poi adesso vediamo cosa pubblicare vediamo un po'.
Bravi, bello.
Faremo passare
È tuo?
Sì, se possiamo. Allora, delle domande?
Chi è? Ah, dell'associazione.
Infatti io l'avevo mandato un seguo e ci avevo proposto di incontrarci perché può essere interessante sull'associazione.
Voi eravate usciti a con la comunicazione per
Più che altro per allacciare tra associazioni, università, faremo e qui sono quelli
allora ma tranquilla, un paio di mesi che va. Nel senso che è avvisato domenica mattina che era stata recuperata sabato, attenzione per la dottoressa io ero in palla. Esatto, stiamo dicendo magari esatto, di venerdì all'ospedale magari sì, l'ho visto.
La scadenza è domani, però questo ti rivedo prima.
A proposito, ieri c'è un Roberto, questo lo facciamo siamo un po' messi male come teleconferenza per questione di audio chi partecipa da fuori sinceramente lo vengono.
Allora io direi che il prossimo voto facciamolo come previsto.
E lo annunciamo lì. Lo annunciamo.
Ciao, grazie mille di nuovo.
Basta.
Abbiamo due date, fuori, poi c'è, non c'è, risolviamo queste occasioni di...
Bravi, bravissimi. Veramente bravissimi. Ciao Marco, ci vediamo lunedì. Dai, facciamo questo video e poi mi dici e posso ci organizziamo per fare esatto
sai, te lo diciamo prima con
potremmo organizzarla e magari fare anche il
volentieri, vedi tutto a livello organizzativo vostro.
Sì, basta sapere.
E io penso che per i board member basta dirlo con largo anticipo, magari già annunciarlo, poi vediamo quando
sì.
diciamo prima uno.
Magari poi facciamo un doodle, quello che è per vedere
Questo arriverò per l'assemblea di novembre. quindi nei prossimi giorni dovrei avere una data confermata da parte del Presidente. Poi arrivo poco, dai. Grazie ancora. Io ti vedo sempre la stampa,
e stiamo provando anche lì. Infatti ieri volevo provare con Chiara Don, ma partecipando a una persona che si occupa di questo, salutare in persona, però sì, stiamo cercando
di sensibilizzare, di far conoscere un po' il settore, esatto, per quello che deve essere.
Esatto, e magari avete più sensibile a questa vita che hai fatto a YouTube.
Come l'informazione che possiamo mettere sul sito, che possiamo mettere come le spiazzo LinkedIn, se dobbiamo sensibilizzare qualcuno a persona piuttosto che averla, visto che abbiamo detto che parlerò al mondo che è stato più avvicinato con l'affetto. Perché è tutta parte del settore.
Sì, infatti quello che stiamo cercando di fare è fare informazione per far sapere che ci siamo, con notizie positive e non penso che abbiamo l'ambizione di cambiare la testa.
Di vincolare magari delle informazioni proprio settoriali, volentieri, magari chiedono anche a Matteo per la parte metalli, energia, se non fa senso magari fare molti articoli mirati a conoscere un po'. Vediamo, dai.
Sì, adesso metto via quei 2 lì e prendo il telefono.
E vai. No, speriamo che la mamma ci
Scusa solo un secondo. Grazie, io scappo. Grazie. Mi mando poi la fattura.
Ecco. Ma dopo quando fa caldo? No, magari ti devo fare aspettare per ricevere. Sai dove siamo?
Grazie ancora molto.
Grazie ancora.
Ottimo lavoro.
Grazie.
Ottimo lavoro.
Wait, you're engaged for next year?
Please no.
No, come on. No, but you know, I really many words of appreciation of the moderators.
That's very nice to hear. It wasn't easy.
No.
Because, well, yeah, and also you have big personalities, and they are both big personalities, and then really Nicholas and I had moments of thought I could have done more, but they are both quite quiet, and they both told me, oh, I don't want to talk about politics, I don't want to talk about economics. That's all they want to talk about. So it wasn't easy.
But great job. Thank you.
And I didn't have my watch with me.
No, I was trying to.
I wasn't sure what that meant. My Italian is not that great. Does that mean keep going? Does that mean bye-bye?
No, I was saying no. And then I said no. I said, okay, look. And then no, and he said look. And he didn't want to interrupt.
We're okay.
Thanks again.
Alan's going to
Alan, so ready again?
She's still there. I said goodbye to her. And I think Nicholas, I saw him say goodbye to. So Matteo, okay, and I thought the food was actually good lunch. Vegetarian, so it was good. Mostly vegetarian.
Yeah, I should try to.
Okay, thanks a lot.
quello che devo presentare, non devo esserci, ok. Se intendeva che devo organizzare una cosa, devo fare solo una cosa, devo fare il collegamento, devo aggiungere le sue slide, no.
Sì, devo dire che è tutto il giro provocare che ho trovato certe uscite un po' esagerate, bello, dopo un po' se continui sempre a provocare a me
Thank you so much. Thank you. It was very nice. Right? Very nice.
Thank you.
Very interesting.
Great. I appreciate it. You're based in Italy.
I am this part of commodity fine, but we are like the small clients which are not finance. You know, sometimes commodity traders, small companies, they need accounts by the bank, but they cannot be financed. So
I just want to say thank you, Anna. This is wonderful. Thank you.
Growing up, thank you for managing those
Good question.
Okay, so then the next time
Yeah, I've got an early training to get early training, and I'll jump on from there. Yeah. Yeah, it's been wonderful. Yeah, you did a great job over there.
Thank you. Thank you. Grazie
Grazie.
Grazie di nuovo. Sono contenta, grazie mille di essere venuta. E auguri per il futuro. Bene, grazie. In fact, one of our members is not really happy with the current bank. She wants to change, and they said, yes, looking for big one, and I accept your,
but
because I have your,
yes, you have, and then they can drop you an email, and yes.
I will discuss with her and suggest, she has to talk to you, and if it doesn't work,
Okay, but so we are this kind of clients which are not like bank cannot finance for any reason, so small or whatever. So then they just started like 1 years ago, not ready enough. So then because
this company is already established here in Lugano. She's trading with coal, so maybe
depends on which. Okay, it's we have to look on countries, commodities, and everything. So if okay, so if company is here, then we go.
Okay, I will chat to you, and if she is okay, I will.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you. And everyone, yes, you again here in Lugano.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Great.
Really very interesting.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Scusami.
Io ti direi, facciamo una riflessione subito adesso che siamo in questa, e non adesso sul giorno. Gli anni prossimi. Per esempio, al pranzo di numeri nettamente inferiori. Mi fa riscrivere tranquillamente anche 20 persone oltre la capacità. E quindi le prossime degli qualcun altro è venuto
Eravamo in 140
abbiamo una messa di canto uguale conosciamo da 20 anni.
Stavolta mi farà bere chi è venuto Giannuno che non è venuto. Era sempre meglio se manteniamo alto il se iniziamo ad appoggiarci sugli allori, c'è un po' la tendenza quella sacrosanza ieri mi fa, siccome io avevo preparato tutta la roba della misura, l'avevo messo vicino alla porta, mentre passava la messa io stavo prendendo là per controllare, ritornavo fuori, adesso io ti do una mano, vabbè, non venire a prendere alle 3, ce l'ha fatto, Marco e io siamo insieme. Guarda alle 3, eravamo io e Marco, infatti che questo è presentato da Daniela, cioè la cosa che ha visto che le sono arrivate loro, ma se la testa di non si è mossa.
Io ci sono uscita, però no, deve essere segretariato, e io mi sono fatta così, lo faccio volentieri, è lì che sta per dire, viene con una
ma lei così arriva tutto fatto, si guarda intorno, fa quella cosa inutile e poi andiamo.
Forse l'abbiamo
no, ma lei questo come una cosa che non dovresti fare, ma mi sono
salutare, grazie ancora. Niente, teniamo contatto. Io parlo col board, propongo un po' di idee di soluzioni e poi faccio sapere.
Dai, volentieri.
Grazie ancora per l'invito. Molto interessante anche oggi.
Bene. Adesso dove tu con Lisa?
Ora sì, vedo Lisa alle 2:30.
No, allora non ci vediamo, perché dopo vado in studio, però
Benissimo, grazie ancora, arrivederci, grazie.
A presto.
io vado a chiamare le ragazze. Anche dopo, durante il panel, ma io ho preoccupato per te, perché mi fanno anche dietro per fare vedere questa Comunque, per me è andata meglio dell'anno scorso. Già anche secondo la funzione è rimasta salda per tutto il tempo. Durante la seconda si è un po' scesa a un certo punto, anche perché sono discorsi molto. 40 minuti di discorso così, senza anche slide dietro, senza interruzioni, senza cioè pesante no, però non è per tutti, ecco, qualcuno rischia di distrarsi, non lo so. Sicuramente l'anno prossimo, se riteniamo sulle 2 giornate, di mantenere un'unica location, perché c'ha veramente la guida avrà voluto svoltare tutto le 10 e arrivare prima, ma l'anno scorso ci ha ammazzato. Cioè, per carità, si parla, poi una volta all'anno lo fai, però non ha senso. Non lo so, magari forse davvero l'ideale sarebbe di essere prima e
Ragazzi, io vi saluto. Ho cercato di andare, poi che sono incontrati nuova gente. Però abbiamo fatto dei incontri. Sì. Siete... Non ancora? No, io a lei non ancora. Io non evento. Io sono domani. Comunque lei mi ha già tirato su 4-5 iscritti per l'evento con John Walker. Ho sentito che avrei informato oggi. Ho sentito John. Gli ho proponato una borsa, una colletta per il corso di test, quindi ho già convenuto con lui i dettagli e gli ho detto che non sono da pubblicare, quindi è esperto, quindi stavano con la Valentina e diceva guarda che scrivere con moduli singoli e così, era sempre quella parte lì sull'internet, guarda che bene il John all'età 90, diciamo che fa fantastico, no però vengo, mi spiace troppo, poteva essere interessante. E io ho parlato con lui, perché era quello che avevo già io gli ho detto, noi però vorrei finire sul bagno, credo di aver visto il passaggio spiegato. Mi fai sapere, in realtà penso che quando avevamo avuto un po' qualche tempo, quindi quando arriva d'accordo per il corso si è un po' adattato alla quindi mi pare, quindi gli ho chiesto, e infatti è stato carino perché mi ha detto sì, non avete più, mi pare, mi va bene, ma mi fa 4 volte, fa 4, quindi ci ero quando qualcuno è interessato ovviamente anche il modulo singolo gli ho detto assolutamente sì, diciamo sarebbe lo scopo, la formazione di poi 1-4 ore, un bel esatto. Allora, adesso riesci a vedere il codice. Puoi fare la settimana prossima o entro fine settimana? Se no, quando io adesso do un'occhiata alle mail, perché se non l'ho ancora ricevuto, perché era in vacanza o in niente di utente, proprio così, non è fatta. E fine settimana, appunto, se mi confermi il codice di questa cosa, scrivo ad Andrea e faccio la fattura. Sì, Bene, arancose con poi vabbè il clima è la miseria, scusa. Era un po' tanto controfatto. Sì, era un po' diventa sì, lui è distratto, no? Poi penso che prende dura un tema per cavalcarlo, cavalcalo. A me piace il suo modo, poi devi prenderlo. Non si può mai dopo però diventa dopo dici vabbè però non sei obiettivo allora. Però devo dire che a me mi piace sempre perché è un provocatore intelligente comunque, cioè non è un provocatore che fa tanto persa. Però ecco io mi ricordo dopo allora fino a Lucia stava bene, poi dopo parlare tutto ci ha dato un po' troppo i primi momenti da una poi appunto di dopo l'altra anche nella camera sì, non ho capito di cosa fa, però ho cercato anche di googlare che non è il centro. Lei si occupa del ruolo delle tecnologie innovative, del discorso. Sì, no, anche a te. Grazie. Dai, ma sai che non lo so perché sono in vacanza, però eravamo 6 allora e poi è arrivato un altro di OBS 7 sì, quello di OBS sì, lo Slavan, esatto sì. Quindi 7 ufficiali ma ne abbiamo diversi ancora in pipeline ieri mi è più sulla 2 ma 10 sì, adesso
non avevi anticipato questo dire
te l'ho detto, io ho fatto abbastanza bene, beh, non so adesso più, però ci conosciamo da quando eravamo ragazzi, da quando abbiamo fatto il corso che cerco di campinato a zero. Anche il giugno.
Ma giugno quanto manca?
Lui aveva detto,
sì, è scritto anche la prima. Sì, no, dopo la
sì, no, ma dopo comunque ci facciamo ma penso che magari dobbiamo fare anche una nuova iniziativa ora mi conviene adesso con un paio di aziende Alberto ha proposto di fare quello webinar ad hoc tipo con la firma sì, anche quello che ci stanno forse un po' di gente magari allora c'era una collega dell'Alessio che per esempio era anche venuta al webinar lui ha scritto a una persona che non interessa e adesso stava cercando un po' di avere contatto con il Dharma perché si annotava il adesso io devo veramente andare dai
quest'anno ce l'ho fatto oggi questo 26
But what I had was
anche se
the last 3.5 years I've been at Credit Suisse, UBS, in private banking, but I'm there by accident. I didn't choose this. I've been there because until February 2022 I was in Moscow. I was with a law firm in Moscow, and my wife is Swiss German. And in February, 3 years ago, we were here on holiday when the invasion happened, and we decided, within 1 or 2 days, we decided we were going to stay in Switzerland. So then I went to look for a job, and the first job I had offered was Credit Suisse in private banking. So I just took it. I
serata, diciamo.
I'm a Australian lawyer, but I'm a British and Canadian. I'm also Swiss. I'm also Swiss. But when I was in Russia, I dealt with oil and gas, but upstream, not the trading, the production. So now when I look at the Swiss economy, I thought, okay, commodities would be for me because I know therefore I have experience with oil and gas market. I'm trying to change. And that's why I did the course. So the course was really good for me. I found, okay, there's the information, the substance. It's a lot for 4 months, but it's good. It's what you need. Overview, crash course is good. And then what's really important, I found, is especially meeting people who are teaching the instructors. It's very useful. With the students, we have a mix from young to old. Of course, I find in general with younger people, maybe they don't have enough confidence yet, so it's not so easy to make a connection. You don't make the language as well.
Promuovessimo di più, soprattutto oltre al
Yeah, that's also so. He doesn't know I exist, but yes.
secondo giorno per evitare
I also have some
separare le istruzioni
ideas I would like to discuss over time. It's not my first profession. Before that I was actually and I still know a lot of interesting people in this. So one idea I have is for future conferences, if you're looking for somebody who can bring more to the practices. He was the head of national security council, and he spent his whole career in Moscow. Actually, he was a real spy. He would go to a country and be an hour.
È il fautore dell'incontro che c'è stato, il capobanda. È il capobanda, vero? Ah, bene. Fa piacere che vi sia piaciuto, insomma. L'esame come è andato, tra l'altro?
Ieri ho finito l'esame, secondo me è andato bene, solo che dopo l'esame ho avuto un calo di zuccheri.
E beh, l'attenzione
hai ragionato troppo.
Mi sono sentito proprio male, infatti non so come sono riuscito a fare San Gallo Lugano
per essere qui stamattina. Bene, dai, ottimo. D'altro?
Molto biancato il panel, perché comunque la parte provocatoria di Alan Friedman secondo me toccava bene.
Diciamo che ha fatto un ottimo lavoro il moderatore, cercare di bilanciare le... bilanciare le domande.
At the moment I don't have a regular work reason to come, but I really like it here and I would like to build my network.
Sì, no, chiaro.
Perché è la prima volta che ho sentito parlare in inglese, sì, affascinante, ho scritto solo questo.
I like the language. Yeah, it's perfect.
I mean, it's already starting like
They're nice guys like him. I mean, where could you meet a nice guy? How do you pronunciation?
Girati collega collaboratore di Conrad.
Sì, Daniel Blatt.
Esatto. Adesso c'è un signore che è andato di... Era lui? Allora devo beccarlo un attimo. Ecco, avevo il dubbio che fosse lui. Vai. Ok. E ti rilasci, adesso che puoi.
Beh, però poi si sta freschi. Sì.
Così abbiamo fatto anche un maio di armatori.
Può essere, ragazzi, secondo me rispetto a 100 congressi, anzi congressi costali abbiamo chiaro, una bassa capienza.
Ha una capienza diversa, ma questo c'ha una lista diversa.
Ma sì, ma non
E ci è andata bene però perché c'era la luce oggi, c'era il sole, quando invece è nuvoloso, in ogni caso quei pannelli li abbassati, quindi può essere un pochino buio, però in realtà già solo che guardi fuori.
Thanks again for coming. So I hope you bring back some valuable for the more Lugano when you almost like Zurich.
Thank you.
Grazie mille.
Grazie. Piacere mio, buona estate. E poi...
Grazie mille per l'invito. Un grande piacere, sarà piacere di venire all'università. Grazie mille. È stato un piacere. Poi Monica, purtroppo non sono riuscito a parlare con la signora del CSIS, che volevo chiedere qualche consiglio su qualche libro a proposito di intelligence. Mi dispiace, se c'è la possibilità di avere una mail o message.
Allora,
scrive la Monica, avevi scritto a Monica?
Sì, a parte che forse c'è anche il suo indirizzo email sul sito web di CIS, però faccio il... Grazie, figurati.
Ciao, grazie.
È una componente del nostro mondo.
È proprio quello che mi affascina. Mentre la finanza è puramente tra virgolette non usuale, però il business fisico, la parte anche furosa di andare da una parte all'altra è fantastico.
Avendo per la parte dell'entusiasmo. Bene.
Grazie, a presto, ciao. Sì, no, poi sono entusiasti, c'è l'entusiasmo della giovinezza.
Volevo ringraziarvi di tutto, del livello della conferenza. I hope you will move on and grow in the sector. Io ti ringrazio della professionalità, della competenza e del livello che avete portato qua, che è un bel livello. Mi dispiace solamente per la parte politica ticinese che siamo a livello di sensibilità. Per ora possiamo farne meno, diciamo, vediamo se riusciremo a portare un po'. Meno, ma io
Allora andiamo avanti.
no, ma quello sì, però sono veramente un po' schifato come ticinese del livello che abbiamo e della poca attenzione sul settore che comunque qualche soldino gli porta nelle casse.
Ha fatto.
No, perché devo essere sincero, c'era Luca che comunque fa parte della Camera di Commercio, quella è privata. Sì, proprio quella diversa. Però
devo essere sincero, da luganese e da ticinese mi sento veramente molto di come la sensibilità delle persone cioè forse la non conoscenza di un settore, cioè, ma bisognerebbe ascoltare gli attori.
Sì, ma non vogliono neanche ascoltare, un pochino quello lì, perché non è che noi non cerchiamo di...
No, non voi.
No, noi non cerchiamo di non zingare.
Cioè, è importante il forma, è importante, ormai io fanno circe, però santo cielo, questo è un settore che porta il cantone una quota parte importante. Io ho sentito, adesso tu mi hai detto che non è il caso, però degli attori.
Grazie di nuovo, congratulazioni ancora.
Grazie mille.
A livello svizzero ci dicono che questo overruling, soprattutto dalla film è così, pone dei problemi. Ciao, ci sentiamo. Ciao. Cioè pone dei problemi e quello politicamente è una cosa importante da portare a Berna attraverso.
No, però personalmente sono più sensibili a Berna che qua, alle tematiche del trading. Questo devo ammetterlo.
Sì, c'è sensibilità.
A livello federale sì, molta più di quella che si percepisce a livello cantonale. Fa un po' arrabbiare, però nell'economia del nostro business va anche bene così, nel senso se a livello federale
le decisioni che vengono prese
quelle che veramente impattano. Ci sono delle decisioni che impattano le aziende qua, perché comunque sia se vuoi rendere il Ticino attrattivo, se vuoi mantenere l'eccellenza devi investire sulle, come detto prima anche gente. Poi l'elemento umano è ancora, per fortuna probabilmente lo sarà per lungo tempo, chiave per il nostro business. Diventare le persone qua, non è mai desidevole, anche di qui, cioè, il Ticino deve giocare un ruolo anche di pianificazione strategica politica, però ecco, solo in quella dimensione lì, a livello più di business esecutivo eccetera, va ancora bene perché comunque a livello federale le possibilità.
Noi a livello locale avevo puntato sui miei piccoli contatti a cercare di, avevo detto a Chiesa, gli avevo detto al sindaco, gli avevo detto diminuite il moltiplicatore, c'era il decoupling del moltiplicatore, quindi persone fisiche e persone giuridiche, che te avevo anche detto. Io ho detto Lugano deve puntare a scendere al 50%, noi cassiamo 45 milioni dalle aziende, niente, facciamo un debito di 20 milioni, anzi tagliamo un po' la spesa, facciamo qualche pacchetto, qualche rotondo in meno e diamo alle aziende, scendiamo col moltiplicatore comunale, perché a livello comunale abbiamo comunque, se non per il cantonale, un aiuto, sono 25 milioni che ributti nell'economia, che ti ritornano.
Sì, infatti non è neanche, non tagliavi veramente la spesa perché poi ritorna.
Ti ritornano. La mia piccola esperienza, tu dai l'imprenditore ti dà il doppio. Neanche da parte di Lugano si è imposto, e adesso gli comuni limitrofi
che stanno portando via.
Certo, non siamo scemi, cioè a Paradiso metto un computer, vado di là e pago 10-15 punti di moltiplicatore in meno. Perché volevano fare lo staglietto, che io andavo in giro a raccogliere film contro lo staglietto, col con l'avvocato però ieri sera mi sono incazzato perché ho detto guarda che bella audience, guarda che personaggi, c'era Sergio, ma che Sergio dice overruling della film, questo è un problema, quello perché tu lo sai meglio di me, quando arriva la prima ti viene voglia di mandarli a fare.
No, ma poi si riflette sinceramente.
Sì,
andata bene, no?
Assolutamente.
Va bene,
non puoi
non lo puoi perdi in competitività e basta.
Comunque grazie di tutto.
Grazie.
No, penso che bandito.
Ciao. Stammi bene, grazie ancora del corso e di tutto.
Ciao.
Ecco, andiamo.
Grazie ancora, auguroni.
Grazie
a presto. A presto.
Si può far meglio, si può sempre far meglio, però si può sempre far meglio.
Sì, assolutamente.
Sì, si può far meglio, ci sono
L'unica cosa oggi c'era
meno gente, sì. Ma quello l'avevamo già visto. No, però avevamo sì, infatti questo da vedere.
Assolutamente, sì.
Ma inizialmente l'idea che abbiamo avuto era di fare un evento esclusivo, quindi per solo i soci.
Solo soci la sera?
La sera con
e aprire
al pubblico.
con Ermoni. Beh, Ermoni solo per i soci, per dire ok, solo i soci possono accedere.
Poi dopo abbiamo detto, però anche i non soci,
Perché
per
poi
attirarli,
esatto, perché l'idea era che se un socio paga, tu dici paghi e non ti do l'evento esclusivo, diventa un po'.
Sì, diventa un po'.
Ma gli altri che sono soci pagavano?
Sì. A meno che non.
Esattamente,
Sì, no,
ha detto
da
ok,
quest'anno
distingo
abbiamo
quello
fatto
lì
distingo.
e vediamo, e quindi ho detto ok, l'iscrizione vale una per iscrizione, però poi alla fine ti.
E gli sponsor avevano un tot di biglietti per i non soci, per invitare i non soci. Quindi è stato anche un modo per acquisire nuovi contatti.
Anche oggi appunto c'erano alcuni che non venivano più oggi anche per i crediti, no?
Sì.
Quindi se l'anno prossimo se vi
Sì,
fate,
no,
fate
no.
le due, mi iscrivo a tutto o alle singole giornate, magari
sì.
ci soddisfa più gente.
Comunque c'erano
No,
persone
però
che sono venute oggi e non c'erano ieri.
Sì, esatto. Diversi, sì. Sì,
Per il settore
per il settore
inteso.
strettamente sì.
Sì, anche perché poi il Notri non, a differenza di Freema, non può dire quello che pensa,
No.
deve sempre rimanere.
È ancora, diciamo, è ancora uno che cerca di dire quello che pensa,
Però
chiaramente
sì, lo
lo deve
può.
fare in maniera funzionale.
E niente,
Bene.
questo. Grazie. Grazie a te, grazie a te. Quasi.
Vai in casa
No, domani ho un altro evento.
No, ancora.
Ah sì? In camera?
Sì.
Ah, quello sull'India.
Quello sull'India.
Bella la locandina. Non so chi l'ha fatta.
La
Bella la
locandina.
Quindi dice che abbiamo dei contatti interessanti.
Sì, infatti me l'ha detto.
Con l'ex capo dell'intelligence israeliana.
Sì.
Io sto cercando, adesso vediamo, se può arrivare a qualcuno di più medio orientale, magari vediamo, perché sarà l'anno prossimo.
Vediamo come evolve.
Io te l'avevo già detto, avevo una
Magari l'anno prossimo
dell'Andrea.
Sì, da Turchia.
Non c'è più, non c'è più una nazione.
È vero, parlando anche di Turchia c'è un contatto di
Andrea, uno suo collega di università,
Sì.
è veramente quella che da anni cura le relazioni
Sì.
Italia e Turchia
Sì.
ed è spesso in televisione.
Che anche sul vostro sito era menzionata
Sì,
come,
esatto,
come contatto.
devo andare a vedere lì perché non mi ricordo come si chiama.
Sì, infatti anch'io non mi ricordo, però ce l'ho in mente, se parliamo di Turchia lo so, qui
e lei
è registrato in testa.
Se ha tempo è un bel personaggio.
Sì.
Poi aggiungi che è donna, perché a volte
Infatti, tra i commenti
ragazzi,
che mi sono stati fatti.
quest'anno non si può dire niente.
No, esatto.
Non l'ho fatto apposta, ma quando ci ho pensato, quando ho guardato il programma la prima volta ho detto, però che bravi che sono stati.
Sì, esatto.
Anche l'anno scorso c'era una donna.
Sì, c'era Delia.
Una sola,
Sì,
però.
c'era Delia.
Valeria Giannotta,
Ecco, esatto, Valeria Giannotta.
specialista appunto in relazioni internazionali, è stato con Andrea e
Sì.
si specializza appunto sulla Turchia che penso che è un ruolo
Sì,
chiaro.
assolutamente.
Dai.
Devo giocarcele bene.
Sì, esatto.
Sì.
Io devo guardare bene il calcolo che hai fatto tu, perché mi ha
Ma cosa
sorpreso.
c'è? Solo il
No, mi speso coppia.
Sa che non ce ne batte fai.
Ah, niente,
I numeri di vabbè,
sono quelli.
uguali.
Però riportati all'anno dopo, adesso cerchiamo i dati dell'anno dopo, vediamo.
Perché mi sembra fin tanto, però i numeri sono quelli, cioè non è simple math, non è.
No, stavamo guardando il peso delle aziende del settore a livello cantonale, il gettito fiscale
Ma a
cantonale.
parte che per quello lì penso che la questione del gettito fiscale non è così facile, dai, intanto Bacchi.
Beh, noi abbiamo le cifre, abbiamo i
Ha
numeri.
una dichiarazione, cioè come lo
Del
posso...
2022.
Del
lo
2022
dichiarano i vostri soci?
No,
Lo volete voi dal cantone?
Il dato aggregato ci viene dato, se lo chiediamo ci viene dato, non lo sai per società chiaramente, però gli dai una lista.
Però il settore,
No, il settore non esiste.
talmente...
Il settore non esiste.
Ok.
Non c'è un codice.
Voi
non c'è
date
un
la
codice,
lista?
diamo una lista di aziende che noi abbiamo
Perché se
identificato per essere attive.
Se gli dessimo il codice nostro, lo vendiamo insieme alla Migros,
Esatto.
che distribuzione, quindi
Intermediazione.
però invece
Dandogli la
dandogli
lista
la
di nomi.
lista
perciò è abbastanza il valore di per sé è abbastanza, dobbiamo prenderlo per buono, perché è stata fare la
appunto.
somma di quei numeri lì, vabbè, saranno capaci.
Sarà capace di fare la somma.
Cioè, è una somma di numeri, cioè guarda numeri che.
No, ma è possibile, sto pensando che è un settore anche che puoi avere degli sbalzi enormi di anno in anno.
Sì.
E magari i dati, cioè non so se siete aggiornatissimi anche loro, no? Magari fanno parlare le tasse ancora sui dati di 3 anni fa.
No,
e
è
dopo da un anno
è
all'altro
sulla
stanno-
dichiarazione dell'anno, quindi non è quello che hai pagato, perché il pagato sì,
Si sballa, sì.
Però c'è da dire, è vero che il settore volatile, ma il Swiss Gap, col fatto delle hidden reserve, è ingegnerizzato per garantire una certa stabilità energetica fiscale, quindi a meno che tu non abbia un ciclo, un down cycle molto lungo, tendenzialmente le aziende giocano lì, lasciano lì per mantenere una posizione abbastanza stabile, che è quello che la vuole, cioè nasce così per questo motivo qua. Quindi sì, è vero che il settore volatile, d'altro canto a livello di gettito probabilmente non è così.
Adesso devo chiedere i dati
Mi
23.
mette una cosa che non c'entra niente, però non so perché ho visto quello. Che anche non c'entra niente, ma poi mi ha fatto pensare, mi ha fatto pensare come tanto, con i nuovi diplomati, orientano la comunicazione.
Allora, adesso che l'anno scorso l'avevamo fatto, ma l'aveva fatto credo Alma Impact.
Sì,
e
ma perché
noi
era
avevamo fatto
l'evento dopo,
ricevere.
no?
Sì, esatto. Allora, adesso devo capire come fa il comunicatore, perché c'è talmente tanti contenuti che io mi sono persa un po' per.
No, quello si può fare anche a parte.
Sì,
Giusto
quindi da
perché-
capire. No, ma comunque c'è, perché comunque era parte dell'evento, da capire con che tempistiche.
Tra l'altro mi hanno detto che anche la cerimonia è stata carina,
ma
sì,
sì.
c'è tanta gente, quindi.
Sì, è stato simpatico, sì, no, ma infatti.
Io ieri sera ho fatto la carica con Lorenzo.
Ok.
Perché ho detto, vabbè dai, e fa no, ma non è per l'importo, perché l'importo l'ho messo, cioè ho già deciso di metterlo nel mio budget, è solo che ogni volta che si sponsorizza qualcosa, anche se era soltanto il premio per il mio studente, ma ci vogliono mesi per l'approvazione. E ho detto, beh, allora ti puoi cominciare a muovere adesso per l'anno prossimo.
Per il premio?
Sì. Ma sì, perché ho detto, scusi, avere il riconoscimento sponsorizzato da UBS è bello, cioè è un messaggio bello. Fosse stati anche 1000 o 2000, li avrei messi, l'ho detto a Jean-Jacques, fallo mettere nel mio budget, non è che devo chiedere l'approvazione per la spesa, non me ne frega. Però il problema era proprio quello lì. Però lo faccio. D'altro canto ho detto capisco, perché comunque loro affiancano il brand UBS a qualcos'altro, quindi devono, la procedura deve essere quella per tutti, se comincia a deviare ti può sponsorizzare posteriore l'anno, purtroppo, quello lo posso capire.
Sì, no, chiaro.
Avevo sottostimato la cosa, no? Però ci sta.
Ti ho detto che Marco mi ha detto che è sotto con UBS, con il suo consulente. Per l'anno prossimo, vediamo se.
Ho visto che hanno sponsorizzato la riunione della Camera di Commercio Svizzera-Cina, UBS. Cazzo, se mi sponsori la riunione, sponsorizzi la riunione della Camera di Commercio Svizzera-Cina.
No comment.
Che cavolo.
No comment. Vabbè, dai, allora noi siamo gli ultimi, quindi possiamo. Grazie Matteo, noi ci sentiamo nei prossimi giorni. Cioè ti romperò le scatole sicuramente ancora.
Ciao, grazie di tutto.
Grazie mille, ciao.
Grazie a te.
Grazie ancora. Matteo, ti ricordi solo le domande di riguardarle? Io devo sollecitare no, ma tanto non ho ancora il server pronto, però devo dargli una mossa perché poi io al 5 parto, cioè dobbiamo uscire per queste cose. Questi qui non lo vedo, vediamo già concetto.
Ma non ha fatto niente, mi dispiace. Sì, però non è che la va bene se è formale, sto bene.
Eccoci alla resa dei conti.
Lì penso che ci serva una mano a fare questi qua.
Questi qua ci penso io.
Ci vuole qualcosa
Bel
di
cameriere alto,
Bel cameriere, alto.
Quello che volevo
Bello,
chiedere.
Abbiamo-
alto.
no,
bello,
Bello alto, giovane.
No, ma giovane, per la mia età, giovane, è sempre un po' difficile. Sì, te sì.
Non ci vogliamo prendere il menù, vero?